War. What is it even? So my, look at that lovely, majestic chain of toasters. All of these toasters being carefully conserved for the war effort. The people's toasters. Toasters for the Emperor. So, anyway, previously, things immediately and directly relating to us went pretty good. We were able to close up the war on the mainland, defeated China, took a shitload of territory off of them, and left a reorganized puppet state inland. Gonna work on getting them propped up and armed so they can send wave after wave of bodies against our enemies. They do have a body of industry left running inside there, but not a whole lot. And I would love to have them at least, brandishing rifles at our opponents. And our good puppet friend there, who's been properly reordered. And in doing that, we were able to establish our own faction, which I went and looked up, and yeah, that's Greater East Asia Prosperity Sphere, Orb, our nominal friend zone, our lovely PR-friendly name for our brutal imperialist exploitation of our neighbors and their precious resources. Speaking of, we also took the initiative to go invade and conquer Siam, which went pretty cleanly and efficiently, and while it has made our borders with our probable future enemies quite ugly and complicated, it did give us a hefty supply of precious natural rubber. In fact, I think that makes us now on the big board here. We are, well, I don't get to see what we are with respect to. So with 30 units being sent out into the field under our current laws, we are the current #4 exporter of rubber in the world. So we have far more than we need of rubber domestically, which is well and good. Still have oil problems. We're slowly working on taking up the brunt of those by continuing to develop synthetic oil throughout the country, and eventually we're going to target somebody who can get us a proper oil field. We burned down our manpower pretty hard, but that's, again, mostly on deployment. We didn't take this many casualties. We took this many commitments to shove the home island and the various other islands full of garrison troops. And we're still running pretty gently for conscription law. I will, as soon as I have the political power, step up to extensive in order to snap open those precious extra percents and get us more bodies. We're under strain there, but we're not yet burned out. We're just in need of reorganizing. So yeah, against Siam, the fleet proved itself pretty capable. I think I already had the orders queued up to send everybody home. Boat production was going alright. I have a whole bunch of construction queued up for all manner of things. And meanwhile, the rest of the World War is... it's complicated. So back in 38, the French and the other allies called Hitler's bluff on Czechoslovakia, and he decided it wasn't a bluff at all, and war broke out in Europe between Germany and the Allies over the Czechs. You can see here Czechoslovakia has been defeated and overrun over the course of that war, but that was slow and bloody and extensive in its fighting, and Hitler is dead. In response to getting the country dragged into these shenanigans, Hitler's officers assassinated him and replaced him. Now Göring is in charge. And continues to fight on against the French, British, and accessories. It looks like they have not yet gone after the Low Countries. Defenders. UK, Czechoslovakia, the Raj, France, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, South Africa, Luxembourg, Albania. Luxembourg has gotten involved of all places, but not yet the rest of the Low Countries. So the French have been holding pretty firm along the line that Goring has not tried to sneak around. He has managed to punch some small holes into it, and while we have intel about what's going on over there, we don't have many details. We have no idea how tough things are just past the line. They are putting some firm pressure on there, but meanwhile France has broken through the Alps and is sweeping into North Italy. And the British and the Canadians got their hooks into the south. So things are kind of weird there. And meanwhile, Poland was completely uninvolved in that war. War between Germany and France broke out. Poland sat on the sidelines of that. Meanwhile, they allied up with the Baltic states, forming their own little alliance bloc. And Stalin declared on them a while ago. Not sure if I can check how long ago. When did... Does this list where this started anywhere? Not sure. But anyway, so the Russians decided to invade Poland of their own accord. And they certainly have the upper hand in numbers here. But the Poles and their Baltic allies are fighting back pretty hard. You can see the casualty levels there are pretty close to even. So while the Russians have managed to push forward, they're not exactly blazing through all of this. So yeah, things are weird over there, and meanwhile, how that links back to us is... So, the Allies and the Axis are fighting, and the Comintern is fighting a war that does not involve the Allies or the Axis. If we could create a situation where the Allies and the Comintern are at war, or the Axis and the Comintern are at war, ideally both of them are at war, then we'd be able to sneak in and shiv whichever side we felt like, while expecting the other to stay off our backs. However, if we misjudge when we enter into this part of the war, we could end up fighting both sides of it at once in a grand clusterfuck of co-belligerence. And we have very good reasons to want to go either north or south to solve our problems. Where we have oil, Russia has oil. The Allies, by way of the Philippines and some other stuff down here, yeah, there's oil all throughout the Indies. Plenty of oil here that we could try to seize. More of that precious high-grade rubber. Mostly concentrated down here. Like, look at the 800 rubber here. That is most of the natural rubber on Earth just sitting right here in this one zone. Just Singapore. A land of tires. Philippines are not directly in the Allies, and we're not sure if the Americans have any strong political leanings yet, as far as the big strategic picture goes. Going by the fact that they're down here in Pax Americana, at the moment they're kind of like focusing on, yeah, Monroe Doctrine stuff, trying to lock down the rest of the Americas on their behalf. We have been steadily building the popularity of the Silver Legion, though. And we'll be looking for an opportunity to try and get our foot in the door. Yeah, we've been low on political power because I have been doing a lot of political meddling throughout the world. We've managed to get a strong foothold in the British Raj. Ideally, we'll be able to start some kind of civil war in there and prop that up. Create a nice, hefty ally state there. And meanwhile, since another oddity that occurred... Well, no, I misclicked there. So, Romania, the Soviets started bullying them over stuff, and so they went looking for another powerful nationalist country to buddy up with to repel the Soviets, and Germany was busy being up to their throat in Frenchmen. So instead, they have joined the Prosperity Sphere and allied with us. So that gave the brilliant strategic idea of maybe we should try to court all of the other minor countries that border the USSR. So we've been boosting popularity in Turkey and in Iran and in Afghanistan. looking to string together some sort of chain of allies that we could use to keep a nice big distracting front across the USSR. Dislikes Germany. There's a trait. Do we have any... He is less prone to call allies when he is an AI character. Interesting. So anyway, we're stuck at this very interesting junction point of we could get ourselves ready to defeat one of our big allies, but we have to decide which one and commit to going down that path. And it's really up in the air right now which would be a better idea. Like if we attacked Russia, we'd have a chance to snag Mongolia and Xinjiang there. Although they also don't have a lot of resources inside of their borders specifically, and resource is most of what we care about. East Russia would have decent, yeah, Siberia, decent amounts of steel, tungsten, chrome, aluminum here around Bratsk. Aluminum is pretty precious for Air Force, and if we manage to push way over, nearly to the Urals even, we would start encountering Russian oil fields. In a war that we would have to fight just through all of Siberia. Like, there's a bit of a decent infrastructure backbone somewhere in here in the Trans-Siberian Railway, which, yeah, I think these, like, 3s and 4s here are that bit of a transit line, but we would have to go through hell. We would have to spend that entire war steadily rebuilding all of our infrastructure, laying rail, setting up airports to keep supporting the front. So yeah, it would be, if we fight Russia, sluggish land war through frozen wasteland. If we fight the Allies, but without the US, somehow, we get sluggish land war in bumpy wasteland? Well, no, not wasteland. There's a bit of wasteland over there, but yeah. Sluggish land war through very mountainous and rivered India. Relative cakewalk through Indochina, and could go either way, large-scale amphibious campaign to take the East Indies and all of their delicious, precious materials. And if we have to fight the Americans, we actually have a pretty cost-effective... I'm going to let time start flowing slowly just to not get hung up in nothing happening for ages. We actually have a pretty decent trick that we can pull up our sleeves for if we have to fight the US Navy. Wherein, we have all of our various little island chains here, and most of them have at least a couple of ranks of airport already built on them. And then there are the ones that we're going to put a shitload more airport on. So what we can do with all of this is, if we end up at war with America, we can base some submarines out of probably Iwo Jima, since there is a decent, well, there's a tiny harbor that I'm planning to upgrade to facilitate that. Yeah, I got harbor queued up for Iwo Jima. Base some submarines out of Iwo Jima, have them patrol all of these waters hunting for convoys, and then set up bombers on all of these airports, just nicely distributed out. Just infest all of these isles with planes, and just turn this into a lovely nautical death trap. Wherein the Americans, with their more prominent bases being all the way out at Hawaii and other farther back isles, like in Midway and so forth, they would not be able to leverage a whole lot of air power in here efficiently, as long as I am able to knock over their share of these islands, whichever ones those are. Like, actually, they have just Guam. And apparently no airport on Guam as far as we know. So yeah, America is not equipped to leverage a lot of air power in here right now, so we'd be able to get air superiority over this area and then any ship that they try to send in to contest it, we can just tear apart with swarms of bees. And as long as we could sustain that kind of violence for months on end, we'd be able to grind down the US Navy. Cavalry bonuses. Never looked at these little trade benefits that are tucked away under some of the leaders. What do you do, Joe? Apparently nothing particular. Yes, we have many carriers that we're building, and deploying, and spreading. Alright, let's see, logistic-wise, we were closing a bunch of equipment gaps, and then it's going to start redirecting production to focus on our Air Force. So yeah, we have artillery, we have rifles, aplenty. We're we're within a week of filling out the truck gap and finally having motor vehicles for all of our motorized units. A couple months to finish our support equipment. We've been good on heavy tanks for a while. Light tanks in a couple months as well. Yeah, and then we're just slowly building up an aircraft stockpile. Good stuff. So yeah, we have enough industry that once I start being able to refocus that, things are going to get better. Right, I'm also going to investigate. Let's see. I just started to lend you a percentage. They still have convoys even though they're landlocked now. Let's just send you a quarter of our Type 1 rifles to help get you armed properly. And I'm just going to leave that deal on the table, because what I can then do when I feel like I need more weaponry for myself is we are a little behind on regular infantry equipment, so during this year, I'm going to grab infantry weapons too, switch over our big line to that, and then just have a residual smaller line continuing to make cheaper, worse rifles to pawn off on our puppets as we accumulate more puppets. So let's see, with our rifle output sitting around 200, that should be enough to, let's see, if I just look at my own infantry as a vague calibrator. Oh yeah, that's enough that they'll probably be able to equip a division every other week or so, just off of that. And, with adequate quality gear rather than the basic rifle they were probably spamming early on. And that would be at the size that we run divisions. Their units are probably much smaller than ours. Yeah, they're just using 5 points of infantry for each of their little basic men. Which would mean, yeah, so just 500 rifle per batch of guys, and they're ready. So yes, we were facing many a crisis and shortage, as normal. We need to populate these land fronts here, so that we'll be ready to fight any of the Raj, France, or the rest of the UK. Having a rifle and a grenade, a life of plenty. Yeah, we're just starting to have an aluminum shortfall. The abundance of rubber will help with things, though. We're not using much of our tungsten. I should catch up on artillery research and then put more artillery into our armies. Right now, the Raj is about half brown. And actually went and, since last session, one of the various side games I played was as the Raj. And because they're a puppet state, they cannot flip their ideology without a civil war. At least that's what it seemed like when I was playing through. Never got the option to try to peacefully transition their government. They just got stuck in their non-allied neutrals, even when I had them beaten down to 0% support and was 100% other extremists. However, at percentages like this, they're starting to get Civil War-related events. And from them, the opportunity to do more fight. So yeah, once I start retiring Weapon 1 in favor of Weapon 2, I can turn up the percentage of Weapon 1 that I'm sending over, possibly to all of it, and then just leave that basic rifle line going. Something comfortably on the back burner. I am not sure how our Raj independence focus works in detail. It waits until after we're fighting Britain, and if we have taken Siam, and it will do whatever that event does when we provoke it. For now, I'm just continuing to hold out the hope that Goring will manage to achieve a breakthrough and take Paris. Somebody take Paris, anyone. Joe, if you can figure out how to just leapfrog over all this nonsense and take Paris, I'll appreciate it. Meanwhile, in other news, while we're letting a bit of time pass, the first major content patch dropped since the last session, and various features came into play with that, in addition to, just the usual fixes and tweaks and corrections. Big one, they've added a series of stances that you can put an army into for when it's executing plans. This started as an AI improvement for making, since the AI does all of its fighting in terms of battle plans. So in the process of improving the AI's ability to try and execute tactics, they ended up creating a bunch of new battle plan scripts and then decided why not put them in the hands of the player. So now you have balanced mode is how we have seen battle plans behave before now, where they just kind of try to steadily push the line on all sides wherever they have an opportunity and keep things vaguely spread out. Cautious mode tells them to just kind of sit back in their forts and avoid stepping anywhere that would be difficult to defend, and just kind of play it cool. And aggressive mode tells them to just go, charge, bust in anywhere you can, seize any land, plunge deep, look for encirclements, and just go mad. People have spoken well to how effective the aggressive mode AI is managing to break through a line. So yeah, one of our synthetic oil focus, good, hello. One of our considerations with the Soviets is that it's quite possible that the fighting in Poland is costing enough men and material and attention that they would be slow to react to any aggression that we launched across the Siberian border here, the Manchurian frontier. That they'd be slow to react, and that if they react, it would do so in a way that would just prolong things in Poland, possibly give Poland and the Baltic states a chance to push back. But if we wait too long, then they'll manage to digest Poland. It's a concern. My best case scenario for that would be if Poland holds out long, but yeah, Poland won't be able to join the Allies because they made their own faction. If the Allies end up willing to move in and offer them aid as a co-belligerent, if not as a fellow member of the same alliance. We'll see how they do. They're relatively tough. They can put in a decent scrap when they have to. It's gonna be a real shame if I have to miss out on demanding Indochina. Someone who isn't France, take Paris, anyone. Just take it and hold it for 2 months, that's all I need. Let's see. I could force the issue with a focus. Let's see, how are things going elsewhere? I can get a bunch of free mainland infrastructure, that's good, because also if I'm going to fight Russia, supply lines are going to go through Korea and Manchuria, so I will want those extra rankings to help shore things up. Warrior traditions, unity. I don't need unity right now. Divine wind. I do not need kamikaze attacks for anything, or suicide rockets. That stuff is all helpful, but that can wait. I already grabbed carrier focus, so I'm good on that. Motor equipment and experience. Land doctrine and armor tech. Some air technology, some free air bases. Those will be especially relevant for fighting America, because hey, look, Taiwan, Marshall Islands. Those are where I'm trying to set up my horrible bee pit. The Hornet's Nest. Pile of fire ants doctrine. So these are both very useful, but I can also get them up on relatively short notice after agitating the Russians. Let's poke the Russians. Since no one is going to take France in the near future, with the way Göring has been handling things, it will take more than 2 months, even if he does start succeeding. I am starting to build up a healthy aircraft reserve, which is important and good. Yeah, upgrades are underway for the active wings that I have. I was waiting to splash more industry down to our other air types. Yeah, regular fighter, carrier fighter, and then I'm just going to do the carrier variants of the bombers, even though they're more expensive in terms of baseline. I am banking on the benefits of just focusing my production efficiency into that narrower spread to pay off. And like the reduced operational range won't be as big a deal, since everywhere that I'm using land planes is going to be relatively close to their air bases. Oh, there's been a major rebalance to air combat as well. Air battles are far less intense. This submarine cannot deploy because I don't have any men to crew it. That's a real shame. See, it's a problem with the air combat balance was that it was way too brutal before recently. Just air fights would resolve themselves in a couple of weeks of suddenly thousands of planes are dead and one side has the upper hand and will keep it forever. That has been smoothed out. I need that power. Do not have the authority. Should cut back on something or delay using this focus. Can I just cancel this focus while it's underway? Whatever. I'll roll with it. What could I could cut back on some influence. Let's see. Turkey, Bulgaria, Iran, US, and Raj. Okay, so let's try and bring Bulgaria aboard. Possibly also the Greeks, if nobody courts the Greeks. They have a bit of fascist sympathy there. Bulgaria is almost done. Let's see. Neutrals! The fiends. Why we fight, why you don't fight? Just you wait, they'll come crawling back to us. Or we'll feed them to the Alright, actually, let me check if they're doing any ideology drift of their own. Opinion, industry. Nope, they haven't picked any demagogues. So they're not trying to shift their popularity at all. I'll let it push over that little bit more. Bulgaria's fine. Turkey, seeing at a cool 34. They have not gone neutral on us. Greeks, naturally they are Pax Americana. Alright, so we're not going to initiate any fights on the American continent directly while they're looking, until we've managed to plunge their country into civil war. Also, landing craft upgrade. Very important for us. Let us invade better. Alright, so I should... Let's see. Among my priorities, I can quickly grab a synth oil upgrade, just in case I need to concentrate more synth oil later. Or I could dive on radar. I already have many tech teams, or tech slots, devoted to aircraft upgrade right now. That's all going as fast as it can. Land Doctrine, I'm at my decision point between infiltration and assault. I'll be taking infiltration. Just that night benefit. That's gonna just be useful across the board. Just night combat. There are 24 hours in the day. Why do we only fight for 12? That's nonsense. Artillery really needs some improving. We're way behind on our cannons. Next year is when I could move on with the heavies, and then I think I will use the heavies to backdoor into the mediums rather than branching off the lights. Possibly. There's a lot of weird decision that you have to contemplate after you've already bumbled your way over into the heavy tank line. So for now, let's just try to get more better rifle. As far as tech goes, let's see, I'm getting just shy of 2,000 men a month at current rates. I've nearly built some more oil. We're at only a 5 oil deficit now. Support equipment ready in 60 days. Light tanks ready in 52. Motorized equipment gap is closed. Good. Let's cut down truck production to something more reasonable. That changes the resource picture quite thoroughly. Yeah, support equipment. More aircraft stuff getting done. In fact, I could slash that down even harder, because I'm not recruiting any new motorized stuff. Let's go with just... I'll keep it at 5 for now to build up a surplus. Especially since I'm also going to slash down the Speed Boy production there. As soon as that gap closes next month. Total need for regular rifle is filled. Gonna modify the Lend-Lease. Have half of our new rifles, or at least our new rifle 1. Or, no, you can't handle that much. You are short on convoy capacity. In general. Have some convoy. Actually, how much? Making 2 convoys a month. Yeah, just have 1. I guess they're working the rivers. I do want to dial up convoy production as well, since we have to sustain a lot of new supply lines soon. Supply lines, invasion plans, all kinds of stuff. It's partly why we're building a shitload of dockyards all over the place. Well, we'll reinforce the Soviet border and see what they do in response. It's possible they'll back down and declare non-interest in fighting us. At which point we either turn south or stab them in the back. Why not? Yeah, they have formally allied with Mongolia. These guys have still stayed out of the alliance, as they themselves... Nope, they are not neutrals. Right, I think the neutrality policy is, yeah, it's over on the the democracy side of the general purpose political chain. And let's see, I had recruitment stuff going on. Yeah, a bunch of regular boys being worked on who are destined for standing down here at this point. Marines, just a finite number of Marines who are going to be used to complete our beach lords. Get them up to a full 20, well, a full 18 strong, I suppose. It's a good number of beach lords. Some mountaineers to continue the Hobbit force. Did gather up the number of island garrisons that I feel comfortable with as far as guarding our current island supply. We have presence on all of the isles and we'll be backing it up with air once we get deeper in. Let's see. Air map to my side. Let's start stocking these islands so that we have an idea of our needs. 400 points of air base here, so let's go with... Right, I need men to fly these planes. I can't just send the planes to sit around on the runway. You need about, yeah, you need 20 guys per plane. That's all, you know, your support teams, your ground crew, your spare pilots, your beverage carrier, etc. So yeah, I'm gonna probably go with, wherever possible, like 2 fighter groups and then 1 of each flavor of bomber. So wanting at least a level 2 airport on each of these isles. That should fit well with the general priorities of, yeah, win the sky and then kill things from the sky. We're continuing to build up more industry and keep a healthy mix of all of my flavors going. More refineries getting built so that I can continue to ease the pain of my oil shortage. Which in fact now a tiny oil surplus, but that's also with a bunch of imports going from the Russians and the Romanians. Russian imports we'd be cut off from if we go north. If America starts to lean hard right on its own, we might, well, let's see, which... War Plan White. That is their anti-Russian political path. It's possible that the AI is being influenced a little under the hood by the popularity boosting that we've done. If they go hard right and decide Russia is a bigger threat than we are, we might be able to buy American oil to fuel the invasion of the Soviet Union? I mean, look at all... If we're the Asia co-prosperity sphere, then really our natural borders start out hereabouts. This is Asia. This is Asia. All of these are Asia. Come on, it's about respecting each other's spheres of influence, Frank. That's all we want. Respect for our sphere. Bulgaria, how are you doing? Have you flipped yet? Bulgaria, please, get off the fence. They're so close. Just take Boris III and send him on a vacation. Alright, the Mitsubishi Ki-51. That is our new rank of close air support, so you gotta follow that up with miniaturizing it. I want to fit that on a boat. Yeah, we have decent industry. Our 185 total there. Decent industry. It's a little starved for material. Like right now, we have twice as many shipyards as the Americans do. As long as we can keep them fed, we could, at least with the way things are right now, outproduce the not yet at war US Navy. No telling how hard that's going to spike up once they start fighting. But yeah, we're, for now, more militarized than they are. This front has remained static for as long as I've been looking at it. Oh hey, some Italians have gotten trapped. Wonder how long they've been stuck in there. Romania. I know you're just trying to help a neighbor, but that's really not. But you should try to get those home, Romania. You'll need them elsewhere. Forget about the West. Those are not your problem anymore. Don't worry about them. Our majestic unicorns. Many of whom have become wonderful skull-tier veteran soldiers. One of whom are the rookies, the fresh ones we just brought in. Because we recruited a 5th unicorn. Majestic. Victory in China will do a lot for us. Oh, also, another mechanical feature. Since these folks here are a puppet state under our control, I go ahead and try to trade with our dear neighbor for something they actually have and export. Are they not classed as a neighbor? Where are you guys? Asia. They might not even be on the list. Or hey, there they are with 1 tungsten. And a little bit of steel. So what I'm getting towards here is we, like, automatically have top priority to import stuff from them. And I think we might not have to pay for it, because we're not really importing so much as we are appropriating. Yeah, Soviets. Yeah, we pay nothing for any of the things that we import from China. The joys of being an overlord. See, I can just demand that 1 tungsten that they have. Well, I don't need it, so won't bother there, but yeah. The 2 oil that they have available, that's mine. We'll make better use of it than you ever would. If a puppet country cuts off all of its exports with, like, law changes, you'll be denied the chance to steal all their resources. It is still limited by the export ratios. But so long as those exist, you just get free stuff. So, how many of these are in use right now in my armed forces? Because that's really what I want to look to for thinking about how large of a stockpile of extra truck I would want. How many motors are in the entire army? Let's see if I look at overall army composition. I got 24 light tank units. Each of those, wow, look at the chain of medals on this general. He's a trickster, hill fighter, mountaineer, ranger, engineer, desert fox. He specializes in all forms of terrain. Yes, stacking up all of these traits is the... and look at that skill rating. Skill 8, yeah. Stacking up those are the reason that one would continue to use regular generals rather than just shoving everything under a field marshal. There are traits that only generals can get, and they're reasonably powerful. So if you have a relatively small specialist component of your military, like our pile of light armor motorized units, having them under the appropriate general would get them quickly skilled up in a bunch of synergistic benefits. Strong leadership. Right, so I was thinking about how many trucks are in each of these. 300. So there's probably 10,000 truck that are active out there in the field doing stuff at most. Because then there's also like anything that has a field hospital or some other support groups, those use motor equipment. Yeah, forget that. Let's go ahead and ease it back. I'm gonna keep this artillery line running strong, because then that'll give me a bunch of efficiency to jump over to artillery 2 with. And all of our primitive cannons can be pawned off on allies who might appreciate having a heavy gun. It's also nearly enough to start building carrier dive bomber. Just 5 more industry and then we'll know how good our current builds of things are. Actually, right, none of the other carrier aircraft versions are done yet. Soon, though. We're building a couple a week, that aluminum shortage. That's painful. Need a way to fix that. It's a good potential aluminum trade partner in all the world. Top aluminum exporters, America, France, Hungary, but they're cut off. Germany, Yugoslavia. Sure, Yugoslavia. In fact, let's switch over the business we were doing with Russia to Yugoslavia. That way we're not, I mean, what we're paying to Russia for imports is a drop in the bucket compared to, well, not pretty tangible, more of a dab, even. They have a lot of civilian industry, but actually not that much more than us. We might be outpacing their productivity soon, if we can. They're focusing anti-fascist. A lot of possibilities. Bulgaria, come on. Enough of Tsar Boris. Okay, events. Lithuania defeated. Warsaw has fallen. Things are going poorly for Poland. Well, farewell. I guess the other thing to hold out for is if Russia... Well, no, it would be terrible if Russia fights the Axis, because then then the Soviets and the Allies see each other as co-belligerents and might cooperate against me. These are closing in. Bulgarians, I have picked a side for you, take it. Just a few fraction of a % left before they hit fascist plurality. And who knows? Yeah, I'm hoping to do things without a... Oh yeah, they're already plurality. Majority soon. Well, yeah, majority soon. 46 are Royalists. 4% Democratic. Soon, Bulgaria. Agony of waiting. How many of my other boats finished? Those shipyards going. Yeah, we're full speed on one set of Shikaku. Got those building 2 a year on the one line. And we have enough chrome to double up on that. Still waiting on steel and oil, but potentially we could have production of 4 carriers a year going, which is pretty decent. And that's like main fleet carriers, not even some sort of tiny garbage escort boat. Still have that submarine on hold. Fortunately, carriers themselves are taking so long to build. Well, that's the destroyer line. Carriers take so long to build. We'll probably have the manpower problem solved by the time they're done. The shipyard is fully staffed. Just build the boat. I'll figure out how to fill it later. Yeah, another 40 days. Finish our support equipment. And 30 days for the light tanks, and then that will free up many factories to build planes. We will need a lot of planes. Well, let's see, yeah, I got 15 going there, so let's suppose I slash 10 out of that and 10 out of that. That would be 5, 10, 15, 20... 25 that I will find from elsewhere. It's gonna be hell getting the fuel and the aluminum to make all of those planes, but we certainly have the raw output necessary. Especially if I just finish a few more weapon plants. Definitely have them allocated. Mainland stuff. Alright, you have, you've crossed your line. Now please, oust Boris. Filthy neutrals. Anyway, that's a foundation I can work with later. For now, let's just get our power back and start leveraging that elsewhere. As I get strong popularity going in all relevant zones, I can ease off on that. Alright, 50% popularity in the Raj. I think we're in a good position to start a coup. Just the important strategic question of where to have them base. let's see, rubber here, oil here, tungsten there. Oh, yeah, there's a decent amount of oil in India. Well, not really. There's 10. There's non-zero oil in India. Oh, once we're able to get the coup started, I will definitely ship a lot of weaponry into the rebel faction that we create. Our, you know, good, clean, freedom-loving, independent folk looking to establish their own country. Feeling alright for cryptography right now. Let's snag some more infantry-related stuff. Marine upgrades. We will have a lot of beaches to storm. How's our supply situation within China? 3 out of 15, good. Good. Things aren't too bottlenecked. There's actually some amazing roads over here. Well, adequate roads. A couple of 4s, that's decent for where we are. It's not deep in the mountains and deserts. 4 out of 10 is quite adequate. It's enough to sustain the handful of Special Forces infantry we have guarding the hills. And look how empty this border is. Oh, it's beautiful. Alright, yeah, I think 50 is a pretty strong line. Just where to start it. Think Burma. Burma seems like a good route state. It simplifies our border. The moment it gets started, it is on our border, so we can back them up with stuff. It's coastal, so we'll be able to ship things into them. And it's got its back up against the wall, so shouldn't get too confused. It has one direction to go. Let it begin. And I can trade out the popularity boost, although now I'm spending more power because organizing a coup is rough. Turks. Iranians. Never gonna have the power I need to finance that draft law. Okay, new carrier fighter developed. Very good. Let's start to backwards our air doctrines. And there's another plan. Torpedo bomber, good. All the choices to make. In other campaigns I haven't used much of like the maintenance teams or logistic teams or even the signal teams. Those are some useful soft stats. Less supply usage, more equipment reliability. Those two in particular might be very handy for us since we're kind of straining the budget whenever we get into fights. And we're planning, one way or the other, to fight across some pretty rough terrain. Those might be more worth it than they look at first glance. Alternatively, let's finally unbackwards some of our Artillery tech. At least get regular cannon up and running. I think I can live without anti-air gun and anti-tank gun in a lot of use cases. The ideal anti-aircraft gun is the plane. Alright, maybe the Germans will manage to achieve a breakthrough once the French make it to the other side of the Alps, and the Germans realize that they should also fight over here. At least they managed to overrun Luxembourg. Just, come on, Göring, just connect the dots. Just remember, you were there for the other war. You know how you did this. It's not like you have to worry about provoking the English. They're already here. Just do it. It's a free Belgium. Just walk right over them. There is nothing to stop you. Göring. Oh yeah, those are us. Our speed boys. Out on the town. Internally, I'm kind of thinking the flavor of this quagmire is that Göring has convinced himself that the Luftwaffe will be able to break through this directly, and he will have no need of needing to sneak out behind and encircle this. He's just doing this to spite all the tank officers. These thousands of planes. Surely they are all he needs. Oh, I'm sorry, the French can't fortify the sky! Oh, but he is wrong. They can fortify whatever they please. No one digs deeper trenches than the French. Though we've dug a rather deep metaphorical trench with all these commitments that we're not able to fill with our... I won't say volunteers, because they're not volunteers. The press might still call them volunteers, but no, you're being firmly suggested that you have a duty to show up and put on a uniform and make your way down south. Yeah, some sort of sky trenches that just have balloon minefields dangling over Alsace. Oh, look, the Raj is maybe actually starting to try to add a couple of units to this border, what little they can. They can actually add quite a few raw bodies if you really put your back into it. the Raj. It's... Playing British India is like playing China, but without someone who's gunning for you day zero. China, if you had the luxury of sitting comfortably for a couple of years and building things up. So if you really go all in, you can create a pretty massive infantry army and just have it poised to go whichever direction you feel like. In that game, once the war got started, like the Japanese attempted some raids of Vietnam, and then it was like, well, we have an open border here. I just pour thousands of men in and push them back. And then Siam had the brilliant idea to join the Axis while I had them completely surrounded with thousands of men, and then just kind of crunched in on them from all sides, and they vanished within a month. Good times. You guys don't have a war plan. May as well give you at least a placeholder. You know what? How many rivers are down here? Not too many. Just set you up to do a little quick leap, relatively speaking. And then I can tell the new Marines to auto-deploy to that. Flavorfully, I'd love to go beat up Tibet, Bhutan, Nepal, scoop all those up into my pocket, but strategically they don't have much of value in them right now. They're not the most valuable place I could throw my men. Latvia defeated. And the French have nearly reached Milan. Rome has been surrounded by the Canadians. Oh, the French also took Sardinia. Good work. Look, Bulgaria, you can't stay neutral forever. Someday you'll have to pick a side. When you're ready to set aside your Boris, we'll be waiting. Alright, so we're running 50% quality coup. When is that scheduled to go off? August of 41. You have 1 year to be ready to support whatever rebel army springs up over there. And meanwhile, we continue to build that fascist support. 33%. We have 1/3 of America showing interest in the Silver Legion. So yeah, outcomes like this are part of why the worst thing you can do when you pick any of the fascist majors is joining the Axis. If you're playing as Germany, most of your potential allies are liabilities. If you're playing as not Germany, you don't want Germany dragging you into their wars. You're better off sitting on the sidelines and opportunistically sniping other countries. And both other fascist majors have a path to form their own faction in their focus tree. We, with our prosperity sphere, and Italy can go down, declaring themselves the new Roman Empire, and making that a grand alliance. Alright, we have reinforced the Soviet border. Your move, Joe. Now, I will wait. I will not start building another focus, so I can finally have any political power. Because I want to see how Russia reacts. What you gonna do, Joe? I'm watching you, Joe. And you have pulled even more soldiers away from this border. It's quite thin. The 250 up to 250 divisions, probably around 220 in the Red Army. 7 are keeping track of us. Yeah, that feels like a focus that should have some tangible benefit to it alongside just the event provocation. All the ones that just proc an event feel really empty, especially since you don't know what the event does until after it happens. Alright, so currently what we have triggered is a background noise. A bunch of small border skirmishes did occur out here over the course of the war, just throughout most of the war, not any protracted offensive campaign on either side. So we caused one of those skirmishes by taking this focus, and it went well for us, apparently. So 20,000 manpower died somewhere, we get some army experience, and a doctrine discount, and another event is being provoked on their side for how the event went wrong. And it doesn't look like that was applied as damage to our armies. So, good. It may have just been a hit directly to the population of the state. Which, since this is non-core territory for us, doesn't matter that much. We get a very tiny percentage of this as recruitable people. If China regains hold of Manchuria, hey look, there's 6 million people over here, and 6 million over there, 4 million over there, 8 million down here. China's terrifying. Italy is pursuing even closer bonds with Germany. How's that working out for you, Ben? Benny. On the other hand, they've done a decent job retaking some of Naples. There's with only 2 ports in control here, there's a fair risk that this could get collapsed and all the invading soldiers killed off. So now we're apparently getting noticeably more manpower from our background noise. Right, so things seem quiet with the Russians. I'm going to continue to not focus because, well, let's see. The air bases would be good. The air bases and the infrastructure hubs. But those can wait. Like a raw number of focuses that we still want before or early on in any fighting. We're fairly good on. Good old Pocket A. May as well draw you some kind of attack plan. in the event of a war, try to get up here. Yeah, link up with the lake. Yeah, that's a step one. Right, let's see, that would secure chrome, steel, a little bit of aluminum. And most importantly, would start with positioning. There's absolutely nothing out here. So yes, we would want to evade that far, and then ideally ignore everything past that line and start moving west as best we can. Since then we hit aluminum country. Created some rifle needs somewhere. I guess, yeah, these all cycle forward. A batch of units successfully deployed. So let me find those unassigned fellows. There they are. You folks, congratulations, you are part of the South Mainland Theater. Wherein, oh yeah, we'll get that selected. Throw you into a fresh army, whose job initially will be to watch the English border, let's say. Do I have a spare general for you? Yes, I have several! Some of whom are actually pretty decent. Right, I scaled down the number of active generals after a while. When I had all those different bubbles open during the war with China, and eventually collapsed them. However, for these guys, I need... Yeah, you don't have anything special about you, so congratulations. You are now a field marshal. Here's your infantry line. Have fun with it. We will deliver more soldiers as time goes on. You'll be in charge of that, and that. And Goring, please defeat the French even a little bit, even briefly. Goring, I beg you, do this for me. So many men, they accomplish nothing. Goring. What are we gonna do with you, Goring? Right, so I should have exact numbers. 3 army, 9 civilian, no boatyard. 60 convoys now, since I've been sending them some. Nice if I could look into their equipment stockpile and get more detail on that. 23 divisions, though. And let's see, they have a couple, well, a fair number down here especially, of empty slots that they are working to militarize. Oh! Alright, well, I think, yeah, good luck with that, Ben. And good luck with that Goring demands Slovenia. Yeah, I'm sure people will be all about listening to your demands. Oh yeah, and since this is what the war was fought over, this is all hot territory here. Under the normal progression of the war, Germany would have managed to annex Czechoslovakia, and would, or at least the Czech half of it, and would have reliable access to the extensive industry inside of it. Instead, this is occupied territory and has active resistance. Huh, what a war. Nobody is gonna take France. We're not gonna get our free Indochina. Terrible. Trotsky is dead. If you follow the necessary focus chains to put Trotsky back in charge of the Soviet Union, there is a counter-event to that wherein he has Stalin killed off, also with an ice axe, or maybe an ice pick. Some sort of ice-related tool. In every timeline, ice carving equipment is applied to Russian politicians. Tank gap is closed. We have a full crop of speed boy. Beautiful. So now I can scale that back drastically. Creating new resource shortages, but yeah, of course it does. And there's more plane types finished. Doctrine's already under the workings. Land Doctrine! Yes, I can cash in that bonus from the border incident. Seeing the unit type described as leg infantry always just brings a bit of a larf. Alright, so yeah, I'm building Fighter 2. And now Carrier Naval Bomber 2. There's air support 2. And carrier fighter 2. Where are you? There you go. Tank all of my efficiency, but it must be done for the upgrades. And the support equipment gap also filled. Good. So let's see, I got 12 points of industry that I want there. Shave that all back. And the pact is sealed. I've closed all of my land equipment gaps at this time. We can start desperately trying to improvise aircraft hulls together out of, I don't know, plywood? Balsa? Very, very sturdy paper. We'll work something out. Our engineers are clever like that. Yeah, we need a shitload of aluminum now. And continue to hunger for oil. Oh, we have a steel surplus, though. All those tanks. Let's see. So I can dial back my steel imports very drastically. Do nothing, really. Yugoslavia. I love what you do with aluminum. Send along more. Give me everything you got, Yugoslavia. Romania, spare me a cup of fuel. That'll all help. So let's see. On my boat building lines to 17, 27, 28, 29 production capacity worth of boats. Really, I'd also want to dial up the submarine line. So let's call that 15, 30, 34 boat yards that I would like to have for my current ship demands. So 1, 2, 3, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, 18, 19. Not quite as many boat yard as I dream of applying. So, wow, that's still damaged. It's not been that long since the war concluded over there. Oh, and one of our carriers is now being held back by the man shortage. Rome has fallen to the hands of the Canadians. Well, British forces in the Canadian occupation zone. It looks like there's some, I think those are South African? They're just a fine, hearty mix of Commonwealth troops working in mid-Italy. At least we have a political income again. In a couple of months, I'll be able to convince people to intensify the draft. But we just had a period wherein the old internal influence balance shifted more firmly towards the Navy than towards the land. It happens. You know, to escalate that, temporarily shut off the old propaganda valves. Gotta keep that running, especially since it's the one that's most heavily resisted. Yeah, America has a bunch of drift defense. Boat Bureau. Well, they have the New Deal running. That spirit to be left behind after the event's purge successful? Maybe? Did it Did the plot even exist? We don't know. It's a mystery. Really? I suppose that's about right. I was just surprised looking at the total population numbers. We have nearly 500 million people subjugated on the mainland. Less than 100 million at home. At least in the manpower pool. I suppose that doesn't correspond 100% to complete population number. Or maybe it does in this one. Because they do have the recruitable percentage as a thing that factors into that. All that boat manpower. A lot of folks on a lot of ships. Let's see, that, 0.04%. Multiplied by all of those people. See, of that 600,000 billion manpower, about 200,000 of that is on the mainland. Our recruitment percentage is just 2, so about 4,000 people. Wait, really? That's something about that number seems off. There's other layers at work here. Something about these numbers is jumbled. Mysterious and strange. Or perhaps we have actually put ourselves into a position where a very tangible majority of the people in our mainland occupation zone are, or rather, in our military, entering into it fresh, are from the mainland occupation zones instead of from home. Even accounting for how difficult it is to force people into service. Perhaps I used the wrong base number for something along the way. Perhaps we truly are co-prospering. Now that would be weird. Yeah, it looks like we can throw up one of these these shipyards in less than a month. And so with the current civilian build output, if I really devoted myself to it, building 3 of those a month, we could have our entire shipyard backlog clear in a year. Gotta wonder if that is holding up my ability to produce... Like, am I still accumulating progress on the next one, or are we just refusing to clear the dry dock? And that phase of production went well past dry dock. Estonia, finally defeated. Who's left standing in the Russo-Polish War? Apparently Poland itself is not yet defeated. Fighting on. Tightly packed up against the German border. Apparently custody of Piedmont has been handed over to the British. Okay. You fight the war the way you want to, France. And tiny English invasion in Hanover. Goring. Goring, we believed in you. At this rate, we're gonna have to wait for the Russians to get through Germany to have any chance of somebody taking Paris. How large is the man deficit even right now? Several infantry divisions worth. There are no people in the 68th Infantry Division. There's just a pile of guns and some paperwork requesting that 10,000 men be sent. Just one very sad officer sitting at their desk, waiting for their chance to command a division. Already taken all the focuses that have anything to do with manpower, which are not many. I just spiritual mobilization, that was it. I'll just keep building the planes, we'll find someone to fly them later. I mean, how long can it take to train a pilot? We have millions of soldiers in Potentia waiting after I up that recruitment percentage. Yeah, probably around 2.5 million. Just going by how many people we have now, how the percentages should work out, since we're going to be... We have 2% recruitable population right now, and we'll have 2.5% added on with the better draft law. And so, effectively, doubling the amount of manpower that's already up there active, and then extra, because that total active right now is less casualties that we took during the war. So there is a decent pool. Definitely waiting right around the corner. Got all this boat experience too. That's been piling up. I could design a boat variant. Also, let's see, how is our... Right, yeah, that's a submarine pilot created at some point. Yes, you are stationed at Iwo Jima. Hey, buttons. Buttons, you go back where I want you to be. These CBs. Whose duty will be to infest these waters quite thoroughly when the time arrives. Portuguese are neutral and heavily non-aligned. Not even guaranteed by anyone, which is weird. Britain should have like a guarantee standing on them already. But also, one, tungsten is not a resource we're short on, and two, most of Portugal's tungsten I think is, you know, not in Macau. Very little of what they own is in Macau. Let's see, there's, in fact, nothing in either of Mozambique or Angola. Weird. Just a shitload of tungsten at home. There's a lot of other resource distribution that is strange. Particularly how many areas are thus left with just nothing. No value, but I guess there's people here. Yeah, there's millions of bodies that no one will be able to effectively use because it's not core territory of anyone. Although, oh no, they have credit of core ownership of these. this is the French treaty city over here. 3 little foreign-held ports that we're waiting to knock over and steal. That are also tucked away into their own states as well, so claiming those except for this one, which is apparently just a terribly undeveloped, just a bit of a hole. Yeah, those will have factory slots of their own for us to claim if we push them over. Need to spend more of the quiet time tiny naval base there, no airport. We already checked on you. Again, tiny naval base, no airport on Guam. I can just very quickly seize those handful of islands using my influence over these zones. And I'd be able to push the US back to needing to operate out of here. Just being stuck with Midway and Line Isles. And the Johnston Atoll over there. It'd also still be down at Tahiti and Samoa. And that is French. All that would leave Hawaii. From there, would give me the operational range needed to go after the Pacific coast. Although ideally, if I have to involve myself on the US mainland, I should be doing it with the support of a sizable rebel state. If I'm stuck operating without those rebels, that will be a problem. Boat TNG, 2 carriers active, tiny handful of escorts available. And hey, we have this guy. He's new, but he's got the right ideas. Trying to attack via Alaska, maybe? It's kind of out of the way. Carry on with those artillery upgrades and flip artillery production to, like, better artillery production. And in doing that, create space to channel some of our other production lines. Like, let's see, 1, 2... 4 factories that I'd be willing to skim off from elsewhere. From continuing the piles of other stuff, and that frees up aluminum for my aircraft. Aluminum and a little bit of oil. Nearly there. Soon we will have men. Well, apparently we already have men now. Don't know how long those will last in terms of waiting to roll over, though. That's... yeah, the monthly supply kicked in. Where are they going? Could some of them please be earmarked to crew this carrier? It needs 5,000 bodies. It will not have those. There should really be a priority bubble on this list for Navy stuff and for aircraft stuff. The raw numbers involved don't really compete with the sheer size of your army for the most part, but when you're doing it, you will want to... When you're stuck scraping the barrel for manpower and you decide you really want a boat right now, I'd love to prioritize staffing the boat. Can we just get like 12 guys onto the carrier? Just enough to kind of wheel it out of the dock, just clear the harbor, so we can start on the next one. Alright, let's... Since there's no production efficiency involved in the carrier, let's just do this temporarily. We'll at least get the harbors working on other things. Something I probably should have done months ago. Although that's now cut off all convoy production. Whatever. We're getting more shipyards. That will all be fixed soon. Everything will be fine. Improved infantry equipment 1. Which to pursue weapons level 2. Rifle and slightly larger grenade. The latest in fighting technology, to eventually be replaced by better rifle and bomb on a stick. Someday. The strange, far-off, mythic future. Soon. We are within weeks of finally convincing people that this is a problem we need to fix. And no, we will not fix it by reducing mobilization. Every toaster must serve. Hopefully, extensive conscription will be enough to carry us forward through upcoming legs of the war. Alright, so let's take a look at the Italy that is attempting to claim Greek territory. The Italy that does not hold... Oh, nope, they don't hold Rome. Don't have Rome, don't have Florence, Anzio. They've declared war on the Greeks. Good job, Ben! That's a real firm grip on reality you've got there, and now the Greeks have joined the Allies. Great. I was considering stealing those, but... fine. Bulgaria, don't you get any ideas? There, finally, government, modify, law, please, to push the bill through the parliament, there. 700,000 men, not nearly as many as I'd hoped. Still, it's men, for fighting, we have them. Welcome. Hundreds of thousands of fresh men. Alright, let's get back on track with our focus is infrastructure, mate. And we... Oh yeah, that's a temporary power deficit. Germany attacks Yugoslavia. Still stonewalled in France. Poland continuing to hold out against the Russians. The coup remains on schedule for August of 41. Once this deficit clears, I will resume running our influence operations in Turkey and Iran. That 100,000 men that dropped out of there was filling recruitment obligations that I had declared. Some of which are finite, others of which are open-ended. Some of which are that damn boat that's finally done. And let's see, we're building not quite 2 of these per month. Our Type 3 destroyers. Our Akizuki class. Non-zero political power. Turks! Receive popularity. Iranians, likewise. We'll try to, once we have budget for it again, which will be after things go hot inside the British Raj, we will start influencing Afghanistan as well. Pick up that communist popularity. Ooh, leaning left. Nope. They're interventionists, non-neutrals. Good, we can work with that. In fact, Afghanistan, what do you think about factioneering right now? Mostly that they are non-aligned. And then, furthermore, that there is no fighting going on that involves them. We can fix both of those, one way or the other. Always the oil shortage. Slow and steady progress. Let's see, it's Marines 2. Let's go ahead and grab Mountaineer 2. It will be very important to just squeeze as much capability as possible out of every man we put on the field. And possibly find ways to lean more on gun than on bodies. Consider refining our templates a little. Basic infantry, 7 and 2. With a bunch of support stuff. Heavy weapons unicorns here. Perhaps spot one of your men for another gun? Yeah, that'll be a little bit back. I'm not fielding any of these right now. You folk in the motorized unit. Try to scale back their width. Sweden. Yeah, that's just kind of the fundamentals of what I need for them. Likewise, the Mountaineers, and I'm not doing open-ended recruitment on those. Let's see, heavy garrison unit versus my garbage garrison unit. Right, I'm planning to slowly start converting those into the tougher ones. Right now they are pawn, but someday many of them will become... I should change that icon to something. They will become rooks. Someday. Doctrine in. We'll continue to chip away at that when more land stuff comes up. Reaching the end of 1940. Let's get ahead of time. On the construction and resource stuff. Especially the resource extraction stuff. That will do more to ease our shortages. Oh, right. Wait, did I finish researching or only start? Only start. It is not yet time for Rifle 2. Son of Rifle. Yeah, we're getting 4.5% of our home population and almost 1% of our mainland occupied population are non-core. Yeah, population growth, 0.12 per month across the board, with nothing to influence it. Just a relatively static number. Relatively peaceful 1940 for us. Poland has really dug in. Well, the fighting has probably managed to condense like their entire army's worth, like the entire alliance's worth of soldiers into a relatively tight area, benefiting from some rivers. What was the scoreboard for that? Pretty even between the main fighters. Not so when you add up all of the deaths from the Baltic states. Still a tough Poland. Holding on by a thread. Hey, Poland, do you still have convoys? Would you like some old tanks? They have no active convoys. Alright. Their navy has been appropriately devastated. And the French have made it through... How's the death count No, not you guys. Germany, 720. Italy, 1.5 million. Nearly 500,000 dead English. Same for Czechoslovakia. Only 380,000 dead French. 60,000 from the Raj, 100,000 from Australia and Canada. 84 dead Albanians. Exactly 84. 6,000 Greek, 40k Yugoslavians. Yeah, Maginot is pretty good at forcing favorable kill ratios. As long as you can keep the enemy fighting at your giant fortress, it holds up well. Yeah, let's go get those free air bases. Our incredibly precise intel on Albania's contribution to the war. We just have a dossier that lists by name each Albanian soldier who has died to date in the fighting. Although really technically casual— oh hey, Rome's been retaken. Italy. Where'd you get all this gusto? Yeah, technically casualty refers to anyone who has been rendered unfit for combat, so that includes severely wounded. And so forth. For gameplay purposes, it's losses. Losses is losses. There's no— well, there's recovery mechanics, effectively, but that's manpower trickleback, rather than dive bombing. What if plane drops on man? And, like, quickly drops on man. Just remind myself here. Air superiority or ace generation. That actually does feel like a dicey choice, because on the one hand, good general purpose buff on the fundamental important mission. On the other, because ace bonuses scale by size of air wing, and I use carriers extensively, putting aces in my carrier wing is gonna make them very dangerous. Oh! Really? Okay, France pursuing nuclear technology, that's a thing. Germany has demanded Danzig and is threatening war with the Poles over Göring. Looking good. Way to keep on schedule, Göring. Germany declares war on Poland in 1940. Good fucking job, Göring. Heck of a job over there. What are we gonna do with you? It's a good thing we have not involved ourselves in that train wreck. Right, get on the output pile over here. It's industry time. Everybody gather around. All the tech teams. It's time for tools. Yeah, your prime opportunity to finally close that gap. Get that land bridge. Reconnect Ostprussen. Meanwhile over here, Milan has fallen. Lines have gotten up around Genoa and Bologna. And Venice was taken by a British naval raid. See how well that holds up, since we have seen firsthand what happens when you start prodding the southern border. What a brilliant idea, Göring! That's fine strategic intuition there, Göring. You're just top of the line. Let's see, where is that tucked away inside the tree? Alliance of Russia, war with Russia. Comintern. Annex Austria. And Sudetenland. Poland finally defeated. And since they were off on their own, the Russians and the Germans get to do a peace conference over that. We'll take a look at what's left. Apparently a Polish People's Republic now exists. That'll be interesting to look at. Alright. Stop time here. Yeah, research recent claims. Alright, so nothing about this getting borked was preventing them from going after Poland. And then having done that, and already being at war with France, we can then proceed to go around Maginot. That's what was holding them up. This focus that encourages them to attack Belgium is behind attacking Poland. He just never turned to any of the later pages in the manual. Just the to-do list for the European War. Wasn't able to leap ahead. Pick up those good ideas. Alright, so at this point our war schedule is waiting for August. Alright, I was going to Xinjiang, joins Comintern. Of course you would. Well, that just secures they'll have to do a lot of fighting deep in the deserts. So anyway, I guess it looks like... yeah, most of it went to Russia. Pretty well all of it, except for the corridor there. And Warsaw has been left alone as an independent state under a communist puppet regime. So what are you up to, Joe? Redefining the Soviet man! Which will unlock the ability to run suicide missions? Weird. Joe now has a direct border with the Gorings. We'll have to see how well that works out for them. Allies, please fight Comintern. Come on, do the unthinkable. Make it happen. Make it real. Wrap up this Germany nonsense and then do a fight. Canadians have secured more of Sicily. Naples is surrounded. Yeah, at this point Italy is doomed. Well, they were doomed a while ago. All their African possessions have been overrun. Italy is firmly on the way out. Yugoslavia, nothing has really been done to try to push into Yugoslavia. Apparently that tiny little chip managed to be taken briefly. And a little bit of Dalmatia. Bulgaria. Well, it looks like they're continuing to build fascist popularity on their own. Let's at least non-aggress them. Be sure the AI understands that we're being friendly here. Which of my imports was having trouble? Russia, Romania, Venezuela, Yugoslavia. Maybe the Yugoslavians? if they're having particular trouble. They might be finding themselves a little besieged. Sending of their aluminum up north. No. So that should be fine for a while. We may have to find a new source. Unknown focus. Gotta get back up to date on crypto. I need to know what Roosevelt is thinking. Either Roosevelt or the man that's waiting to plunge a knife into his back. Yeah, well, the AI's tendency to keep... There! Look! They've attacked the Netherlands! Look at you, Goring! You did it! And Winter War is going to be starting up. You solved the puzzle, Goring! Come on, now just take Paris! Just do it! The dream is real! Just go around. It's that simple. France, you better not have extended that. You extended the line. Only lightly, but you did extend the line. Level 2 forts along the Belgian border. France. Don't fuck this up for me, France. Just follow the script, France. Just take a gut dive to Goring in 41, however briefly. Oh, that happened. Franco is getting in on this. Good! Surely France will crumble. Gibraltar taken. Just get in there. Just someone take Paris for a couple of months so I can steal Vietnam. That's all I ask of you. You got this, Franco. Go for it. Alright, import trouble. Who's not delivering? Oh, China. China tightened their export laws. Alright, so that's just a technicality. It's just that they're no longer putting out a full thing of steel. Just adjust expectations accordingly. And I'll have to find a new steel supplier. France, Russians, British, the Swede? The Swede. Since the convoys are property of the importer, and we aren't fighting anyone, they should be safe to get all of that metal out of Stockholm and into our loving hands. Just get a shitload of boatyards built. I want to refill all of my naval production. Yeah, 9 for the carrier, and then however many else for the convoys. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 18, 19 boatyards sitting in the cube right now. So that will be enough for that. And this. And then one extra. Or maybe like that. Yeah, because I do also want pretty heavy supplies of submarines. You guys deploy directly into the CBs when you finish. That will be our healthy supply of... Let's actually check your operations range. Are you capable of getting everywhere we need you? Yes, and more so. You can get as far as Hawaii. Good stuff. Also, yeah, we're getting a Russian-Finnish winter. Well, yeah, it's still winter. February is a winter. February is very much a winter. It's not a spring war at all. It may be spring by the time it wraps up. Alright, so with our 4,000 people a month who are coming in fresh, let us consider our abysmal production efficiency going on over there. Disgusting and terrible. Such is life. Get me more oil. Should probably freeze time briefly while I do all of this, just to be sure that the lists get sorted out fairly, but yeah, I'm just dragging all of these synthesis plants way up to the high priority slots, and then I'll intermix them with the shipyards. Yes, it happened! I overlooked it because I was busy handling resource shortfalls, but Finland has joined the Allies. The Allies are now fighting the Comintern. When we pick one to fight, the other will stay off our back. The dream is real! So for now, we're waiting for Paris to fall. Paris will hopefully, surely, inevitably fall, and we'll get Indochina. And in the summer, our coup will go off in India. So we'll end up fighting the Allies without having to worry about the Russians. I mean, we could also try to tear up Joe, but we already have a bunch of important things on schedule. And then after the coup fires in India, we shift that attention over to mobilizing the Silver Legion. So that they should be ready by the time America gets around to attacking us. We have a schedule. And also, if we attack the Allies, get things under control in our fight with the Allies, and feel comfortable with our southern occupation zones, we could then turn around and also stab the Soviets. Sweden has become very democratic aligned, but has remained neutral. Filthy neutrals. So anyway, at some point I was looking at, so yeah, 4.4 thousand a month. Which are around half of the cost of one of our infantry divisions. So I could, on our passive manpower gain, not at all massive, tiny, probably fund the recruitment of 6 divisions a year. That looks reasonable. You've done a great service to us, Finland. Thanks for simplifying everything by making it yet more complex and terrifying. Where do those Spaniards go? You got this, Franca. Just keep moving forward. Draw Frenchmen away from the border. Goring, did you forget to send soldiers west to run your invasion? Did you leave people out here after Poland? Goring, please. It's an army, Goring. It can't just be on the other side of the country the next day. There's men and horses, vehicles. They have to walk. Goring, it takes time. Supply problems? What? Oh, reinforcements arriving and creating supply problems. Yeah, let's put improving that naval base up the chain. No, not Korea. Yes, I am. There you are. Really, I could just as well... Yeah, I'll solve that supply problem by repositioning the Marines. Get the Beach Lords operating out of somewhere else. Like Taiwan. And have them out of Taiwan and also along like the South China shore there. Just have them start setting up all of the invasions that I will need to go after the Philippines. So let's see, like, yeah, 4 guys there. There. Strange new noises from vehicles of neighbors. 4 guys over here. Guys into the middle there. And wait, hold on. None of them got assigned. There we go. And then you two from there deploying to try to take this island over here. And some of the new soldiers will be assigned to back that up. Or they already exist. Beach Lords may be at full power. Alright, so we'll continue recruitment, continue padding out all these borders, which itself will hopefully become much simpler when Paris inevitably falls and I'm allowed to just take this and then all these guys can move up to the Burmese front. These guys will instead become the increasingly inaccurately named unit that will be responsible for other things in the south instead. I'll come up at Singapore. Come on, Italy, you're overdue for a comeback. You and your 27 surviving divisions. And your no surviving boats. Just keep them guessing, Italy. Keep them distracted. That's the best you can hope for. Yes, they're getting into Belgium. Halfway through Bologna. Come on, you got this. Come on, Goring. We believe in you. Wait, hold on. Well, I thought I saw a very interesting flag in there. Did you... Reorganized China is sending volunteers to help in this war. We could send volunteers to help in this war. We could send the unicorns back to Spain. All the things we might have to do ourselves. Oh, wait, what? Hello! Hello, Pocket and Alsace! Goring, you figured it out. You solved the puzzle. You managed to breach Maginot. Good job. You did it, Goring. Always trusted you. Alright, new mountain infantry tech. Let us contemplate the riddle of logistics. And then in 10 days, this infantry equipment team will instead jump over to join the industry pile. So, supply problems, whereabouts, all here. Where you are being bottlenecked by local infrastructure. Very well. Let us build up. Let us become increasingly distracted by the need to build up more things. And one of these... There you go. Really, if I check the supply thing itself, that should state... Yeah, no external bottleneck, just local infrastructure rating. Goring pulling the old double bluff at Maginot. the reverse bypass. Spaniards. Spaniards who are handing over occupation to the Germans. Okay, sure. I'm sure that is performing wonderfully for your supply situation, to just completely isolate that from your direct line from Madrid. Suddenly making this try to trace back to Berlin brilliant. I think that's a new neighbor vehicle noise. Definitely something lighter. Wait, now that I have manpower, I can start organizing my air forces on the islands, and there's infantry equipment too. All kinds of new numbers to shuffle. Alright. So, air mode. Give me these Micronesian airports. Let me manage some assets. Let time continue to flow. Okay, so... wing. Fighter wing. Naval bomber wing. And I do have a supply of regular close air support. Other close air support wing. And well, in some cases I did select a less advanced aircraft than our current top of the line. Those will be swapped out automatically since I do have that surplus. And over here, let's see. This one's a size 3. So let's go to 3 fighter wings. Naval bomber. Batch of carrier casts. And second batch of naval bomber. Alright, so that's now 1,000 planes that I've put out into their general region. Certainly a start. More capacity over here in the Carolines. Roll out another 3 fighter wings here. And to deploy another batch here. To start to establish the true footprint that we intend for our Air Force. Naturally, let's put something in Iwo Jima. This is itching to get rebuilt. Really heavily augmented. Here close air support. And really scrape the bottom of the barrel with some interwar fighters. You're just placeholders, don't worry about it. We're building 2.5 new planes a day for regular fighter. It is certainly a start. We actually have all the resources we need for our aircraft line now. At least as it stands. If we want to scale up production, we need more, but Getting our regular fighters, our carrier fighters. And lines of our light bombers. Alright, save some uptime here. I don't need to go completely crazy with those yet. We'll continue long-term building up of that port since that's a pretty good location. Those output numbers are also going to improve once our new industrial techs pop. Okay, they have reconfigured the supply lines over here. They reestablished some sanity. Spaniards, please take responsibility for what you occupy. And go wild. If Franco reaches Paris before Goring does, that will just be the kind of war they've been fighting over there. Although the Italians have retaken Rome. Italians, in heavy quotes. The Germans have finally intervened in Italy. This could be the shocking reversal that they need. Also, yeah, possibilities for war in India. The Raj itself is not very well armed. They got at most 50 guys. And they've managed to build up moderate industry, but it's minor power industry at this point. We outstrip them. The main dangers would be that other allied nations would rush in to reinforce them. But until those reinforcements arrive, we would have free reign to kind of just plunge across this border. They do not have nearly enough men to guard this border. Most of their divisions are probably overseas, helping the allies elsewhere. Yeah, 40-ish, that's nothing, especially with the size of the battle line that they would have to handle. It would not hold up against our 250 plus. We can cover that kind of ground. Not sustain fighting on it for long, but we can cover the ground. Oh, yeah, we have these bits of intel from the Romanians who are active out here volunteering. That's why we're able to see little bits of the front. Just getting second-hand reports of the battles. And yeah, Marshall Islands, Palau. Taiwan will be nice, but not particularly necessary. So yeah, like... yeah, 3 points of air bases inside of the Hornet's Nest. Those will be just very key. That's a lot of leverage we'll be able to apply. Spanish lines have reached Marseille. all of these soldiers in North Italy, however many are on that line, are about to get trapped in the Alps. It's a Spanish occupation zone, but there's probably a fair number of Germans piled into it. Who knows? Maybe not. Yeah, there they are. They pushed to Loire. Moving into Brittany. Franco is going to reach Paris before Göring does. You're doing good, Spain. That's center aid, Holden. Yeah, they're passing Orleans. Paris is in sight. You got this, Spain. We believe in you. Remember that time we kinda half-assed volunteering in the Civil War? Yeah, you owe us. We had a couple of tanks on your front for a week. Look, we got busy. It was important. We had to go fight all of China. Alright, the Germans are starting to make their way through Alsace and Lorraine. Have finally slogged their way to a little bit of the French border. They're being held up on the river, though. Göring. Göring, please. Alright, so who's next in line when the officers assassinate you? Do you have a properly scheduled line of succession? Is the chain prepared? How long would it take volunteers to get out here? Because if the French are managing to dig in around here, then getting the unicorns out could provide the little burst of firepower needed just to make that quick jump to Paris. If I were just to send the 5 unicorns. Generate 3 threat. You could send up to 12 divisions on volunteering. No word about ETA. No, I think Spain has this. I won't intrude. This is your baby. And I will hold off on taking the next focus. Because surely Paris will fall any day now. And the Italian fronts have managed to re-sanitize themselves. No, you stay out of this, Ben. Romania's ours. You had your chance, Ben. They're better than you. They don't need you, Ben. Balkans. Natural sphere of influence of Japan. Very extensive shared history with Romania. Oh, they've gotten over the river. Into New Orleans from, well, Old Orleans, regular Orleans. Someday New Orleans, but for now, just regular kind. A bit of a push towards Dion. And they are closing in on the Alps. Good, crush them. What would neutral Germany be? It's with the way the mechanics are right now, you can't actually boost neutral influence, really. You get France defeated. France defeated. Uncertain times of French defeat. France defeated Paris in the hands of the Spaniards. It's time. I have demands. Simplify my border, Goring. No, why would we be talking to Goring? Nobody talks to Goring. Franco, my cousin. Dear friend, Franco. Surely we've met before. I mean, you know Romania. We're in with Romania. You don't need to hold any of what you've taken here, you just need to... Oh, speaking of Australians, they've launched a daring raid of Mercia. Weird. Good luck with that. Finally our time. One of our times, part of the schedule. Firmly in line, 94 rubber and some tungsten and chrome. Soon to be ours. God, Netherlands, are you really... something up with your trade laws? No, you're on free trade. You embargoed me? Or is it just because you've been crushed? Is it because... Do you hate me? You do hate me. That might be it. Alright. Industry concentration. Good. And... carry on modernizing the infantry weapons, because we are on the verge of getting a new land war. Few more months. We start the revolution in India. And before then, we'll have secured Indochina, and with it, vast reserves of rubber. Not that rubber is what we need anymore, but we'll have more of it. We'll have denied it to the Allies. Finally, muscle France. Out of that number 2 spot. We will be top rubber exporter. Goring's brilliant strategy of distracting the French by getting millions of men killed in the Maginot Line. Oh yeah, Germany up to 1.5 million dead. Germany finally catching up with the Italian war losses. What a conflict. And the Russo-Finnish War is going to sit there, being a much-needed distraction. Beautiful how that unfolded. There, we just need to get our engineers at work, trying to figure out how to make more of our weapons out of rubber. Is there, like, rubber comes from oil. Is there a way to turn a tire back into fuel? Could we modify our engines to run on burning tires? Is that a thing? That had better be a thing. Solve that problem. There we go. Up to nearly 3 fighters a day now. We also have our reserve of carrier fighters that we can dip into when we're trying to shore things up at our other air bases. Those delicious bonus airports coming into effect. We'll have everything that we need. Let's see, slap these interwar fighters back into service. Throw some naval bomber here. Necessary support there. Yeah, that'll do for the moment. 420 army experience. Very nice. Just gotta demand all that Indochina. It'll also let us scrape up a tiny bit of extra population as well. Well, it's a substantial population. We're only allowed to use a small slice of it. Ace initiative or formation fighting. Aces or formation aces. We need an elite corps of super pilots that can kill 200 enemy planes for each of theirs. That is how we will win. Just create the ultimate weapon. A perfect immortal machine. Alright, so let's get you guys reassigned to this border here. With the mission of just going all the way down the shore. That's your job now. Delete that border, because soon that will be these guys' responsibility. Once all of this collapses and they're able to sweep forward. It's also going to improve the supply situation down here, since we'll be able to trace a land route. We are capable of reading Franco's mind. We know his secrets. Well, some of his secrets. We know what he's active on. Getting a bunch of bonus population. Like these two, this is good stuff here in the neutral focus tree. If you're planning to get militaristic with any moderate-sized country, take it down the fascist path, because look at this extra 5%, 2% more on top of that. That's really, and then I think down here, no, that's training time. Still, just those together, that an extra 7% recruitable population, that's worth as much as good drafting laws. You will need that to field large army if you are moderate-sized country. Oh wait, you meant other Frank. Roosevelt Frank. Frank, not Franco. We don't know his details. We have to resume being good at code breaking, which will wait until after we have solved supply problems and excavated harder. It is, yeah, a Vichy France hasn't formed as a result of this. That's a good thing, right now. Because Vichy France is for the situation where, per, like, history, Italy spends their time just kind of sitting along the Alps, accomplishing nothing, and Germany swoops through the north and forces a surrender by only taking the north, and so they set up the puppet government to keep track of the south and occupy the north directly and then carry on with their business. Vichy France forming in the event that some other Axis member swept in and occupied the south was a problem in a lot of other versions, because hey, you did the work of capturing all this territory and its factories and its resources, and then it gets stolen away from you. because this event was not equipped to understand what you were trying to do. That's something they've been meaning to fix, and perhaps they have. If so, that's a good thing. It's an improvement in how the game plays out for the war with France. Italy is partially back together. I expect this counterattack would stall at the channel there once they get that far, but they could probably, depending on how much they care about it, go about pushing this Allied invasion back off the mainland. Now Yugoslavia starts to feel the pressure. Thanks, mate. Oh, they're even gonna restart the African theater by charging out all of their colonial possessions, for what it's worth. I don't like their odds. Soon. We're up to 207 overall industry now. Continued arms buildup paying off. We have to keep counterbalancing all of this new shipyard capacity with more oil. But we do have plenty of room to add more oil synthesis. That's going to be a hell of a harbor. Fine headquarters for all of our southern naval activity. As we get closer to a potential war with the Allies, I should start to distribute my fleets. Well, let's see, gun fleet. We've completed our demand. Let's see what happens. Gun fleet should make their way to the Philippines. Well, not the Philippines yet. Oh, hey, did this go that way? Have we wound up in a tussle? Is there a new war yet? Not yet. Okay. So yes, I want gun fleet down here to support amphibious invasions. They do have the range necessary to just do that from home, though. I'll allow it. So yeah, gun fleet has to be ready to deploy there. Carrier fleets have to be ready to swarm down there and engage the Royal Navy wherever they can be found. Subfleet, likewise, will want to disperse around there and go raiding, hunting for transports. Alright, so the event will have fired in France. Let's see how they react. If they're even allowed to react. It might just be a, well, I guess, shrug, we have to. Farewell. Let's see what happens. Man, look how hot it is down here. Plus 20% attrition worth of warmness. Alright, France. What's it gonna be? Also, these won't be needed since we're done with Siam. It is no longer a thing. There should be an event log somewhere. Oh, a checkbox to look at where your friends' battle plans are, so you can keep track of what they're doing. That's handy. Dismissed alerts. Well, no, that's for these things. Where's the event log? Normally there is one. Common search. Map modes. I need to know how France responded. Hello? France? Edward, you there? Ed? Ed, come on. Ed, we sent a telegraph about this. Tab? Not tab. Console would have nothing to do with it. Recoloring some of these that have fewer collisions, less overlap. There is no mini-map. You probably managed to look up where the event log is on one of the other games. Yeah, that's where it would be on 3. France, what's wrong? France, don't you snub me over this. Look, either yield the land or go to war over it, but don't act like I didn't make the demand. I'm right here, France. Very good. That's all I ask, France. This is not a complex matter. Beautiful. Look at that. Look at that, Japan. Alright, so what did we steal here? One civilian factory. One empty slot. Second civilian factory. Small airport, small harbor. Well, actually, yeah, size 6. That's a decent harbor. And tiny harbor up here by Hanoi. Adequate infrastructure, at least along the coast. Not great here. This will want to be built up. Yeah, gun that. Gun that. Gun this. So we can get that nice firm supply line running for operations in India. And there's a bunch of build capacity that I could be using for things. like yet more synth oil. Let's go ahead and start to haphazardly spread a bunch more production capacity around. All of this has already had its oil queued. Yep. Throw one in there. One over there. Gotta save space on the home islands for when it's time for atoms. I'd love to prop up some nuclear power. Fuel for the ultimate weapon. For the most part, the mainland stuff, we can just kind of wing it. Alright, there's been a little rearranging of the occupation of France. And I guess that leaves Goring free to point the army at Yugoslavia. Alright, no, the Low Countries are holding out. Just Fortress Rotterdam. That's settled. I can go scoop up a few more focus bonuses. Naval Doctrine discounts. Yes, hello. I will take all of those. Joe is working on Smersh. Finishing up all of his purge work. Still on schedule. And still growing strong. So, let me start running through some considerations for America. Okay, considerations over. It's like my thoughts for where to, well, not completely over, because look how much oil there is in Texas, but yeah. 350 American oil is over in California, or at least things grouped into California zone. Yes, so when deciding where to launch the coup, it would be nice to keep it on the side that I could move in to directly support, and the side that will, you know, deny the enemy all their Pacific ports. That'll force them to operate from farther away and help cut off supplies. But then on the other hand, maybe I want to start the coup somewhere that'll have a strong resource base and a lot of industry in order to shut that down for the enemy. So yeah, strong candidates started in California, started in Texas. Or possibly try to start it on the East Coast, but then if the Allies decide to intervene in that war, then that would get itself surrounded and crunched into by the Canadians and so forth. Mexico, I should probably try to flip you as well once I can afford it. Could also, for shenanigans, have the coup begin in Hawaii. Which would immediately flip an important strategic naval base. But no, I think if we can get the upper hand in the sea fight, I think Hawaii won't be too big of a deal to try to invade. We have extensive beach capability. It's just a matter of clearing them a path. California also, let's see here. American aluminum is in California, Nevada, Arizona, and also Texas. I'm also not sure how large the coup will be off of 42% popularity. It'll be quite strong. We're just choosing where the heartland of it will be, and it'll get more states in proportion to their popularity. So we might start in California and end up with Texas on side anyway. And all the mountains would give us a rude defense line to try to dig in on. Yeah, let's call it California. Soviet Union has annexed Tanatuba. Farewell, strange tiny nation. Our work begins! For someone not aware, Tanatuba was in here somewhere. Yeah, there it is. It's this bit. At the start of the game, that is an independent... well, I think they're puppeted by the Soviets. But yeah, they are a country. Just tucked away there. Oh, and you guys are now a front where the Allies are fighting. How about that? Oh yeah, that unpleasant case scenario we were worried about where other members of the Allies might start sending soldiers into India. I guess that's going to happen since there's a land front here that they feel like harassing. Right. I also need to take these guys and get them sorted out. So the just regular men are now responsible for that front. And I should expand some kind of garrison team's job to include all these ports down here. Possibly create a new garrison team for South Maine. Pop you guys to low priority. And create a new batch of light garrison troops. Very quickly create 24 scrubs and have them shipped out. If no one attacks the US to give them an easy hook into the war, they can still become proactive and get involved on their own. It just takes them longer. If you make your way farther down along all of these, at the ends of all their war plans, they gain the ability to actually attack someone. Going after the British Empire if they've gone down the anti-imperialist, kind of vaguely communist path. Going after the Russians if they have taken War Plan White. Attacking the Germans directly if they take War Plan Black. And trying to bait us into fighting them and defending the Pacific. So much rubber. Chief exporter of nationalist rubber. Second only to the British. Because the British have all of the rubber. Someday, Britain. We will have our place in the sun. We did earlier see the Americans starting to entertain War Plan White, but we're not sure if they've started to follow up on it. Yes, thank you, World News, for catching up with that. We did indeed make that demand, and it was settled some time ago. Hello. These days we have other demands. Also, conveniently, I could leave all of these lines on the table and start reorganizing my Marines to go after some other beaches instead. That is indeed all of them. So, let's see. You are a batch of regular infantry that didn't end up anywhere. You live here now. I guess the plan you used to be attached to was removed. Sorry about that. We will correct those orders post-haste. Let's drop some naval invasion plans to go into North Borneo. Almost all of the world's rubber is just right here in Singapore. It baffles. The Britons have control of 1,300 rubber. And 800 of it is right here. They will monopolize it no longer. Alright, so... let us draft the plans. Let's see, got a city and a port there. And one non-city port over there. And just a coastline short enough that I think I can speak for all of it. Yeah, I'll give you a longer stretch. Because then the next batch, their job will be to hop over here and try to claim this port. At which point the goal would be to, as quickly as possible, link up with them so that whichever port falls first will create a supply line to support the other. Just create 2 more Marines. I like having even quartets of those. Yes, for paperwork reasons, the last segment of this invasion will deploy from all the way over there. Why the hell not? And the current British Prime Minister is Lord Edward Halifax, successor to the great hero Neville Chamberlain. Who only now is considering an embargo of Germany. The Goring of Britain. Coup in India soon. This month, it begins. So let's modify your Lend-Lease. I'm gonna stop giving you convoys and scale back your scale up actually, but yes, modify that. Did I ever get around it? Nope. I did a foolish thing and forgot to upgrade the rifle production line. What a goof. Alright, so that now begins the endless task of starting to upgrade the small arms of our regular army. While meanwhile, this other production line will ramp up a little bit. And all the Rifle 1 that pours out of it will be dedicated to feeding our puppets. Our puppets and our allies. Our sneaky defectors. I have consumed a lot of convoy. I'm doing a lot of trade. I'm not building a lot of new merchant shipping to make up for that. Should perhaps fix that. Yes, the blue-tagged armies belong to allied nations, and so our puppet government includes that, is included in that. Hey, Venezuela, want to send me more oil? Be right neighborly of you. Oh yeah, the metal we're buying from Sweden, that's gonna get cut off pretty hard. I guess I could buy from Russia. Belgium finally defeated. If I have to. If I'm leaving Joe alone for a while. Alright, Free India begins. Let's see what they got. Burma, some East Bengal, hold on, time, slow down time, and West Bengal. So they've managed to pick up, they're now fighting the Raj, and by extension, the UK. Picked up a tiny handful of military industry. You have 3 whole convoys and 1 division active at the moment. Let us begin the leasing. Send them our old tanks. AI is fond of light tanks. 300 of these can make a lot of difference. Can't sound them any of the mystery aircraft we captured from annexing some countries. Who knows, maybe they won't need air support. And I will send the unicorns as volunteers. Let that go through. It's likely that very little of our supply convoy is ever going to breach the British. But we'll at least provide what we can. Gotta ramp up convoy production itself as soon as possible. Free India has joined. Why and how? Mysteries abound. So at very least, this doesn't throw us directly into a war against the British. The dreams are still potential. Dreams can happen. The dream is just going strange places. Goring, what have you done? Free India joins the Axis. We will have words, Goring, when this is over. So for now, we're not directly at war. We technically have nothing to do with this war. It's just the people of India yearn to be free of foreign imperialism, perhaps to go prosper. Goring. Still gonna send the volunteers. We can open diplomatic channels very soon. There we go. Deploy the unicorns. They will arrive on the 27th. Good. So for now, we will just attempt to support and bankroll the Indian Revolution and drive it as hard as we can. It will make a good test bed for how to topple a government once we get around to mobilizing the Silver Legion. Inland defeated. Alright, we'll have to, yes, when the Silver Legion pops up, we'll have to remember to sweep in Day Zero and recognize them diplomatically and invite them to the team. That is not a mistake to make twice. So how about that Lend-Lease? We'll do what we can. And all new... well, no, we're still short 2 there. We'll soon be at the point where new boat yards start turning into convoy. And new gun yards will turn into more rifles to ship off to the revolutionaries. Yeah, why do you fight? India. Oh, what if I funded a second democratic coup? How would they even react to that? Or I could try to fund yet more rebel of the same faction. I wonder if those would be absorbed properly into it. Alright, so once we arrive, first sweep up Mandalay over here. That'll help shore up their manpower, and hopefully there's something good in these 6 slots, at least something adequate. Intuitively, they've probably done most of their building up around Delhi. That is where some of the more open states are for capacity. Oh, we created a support equipment gap. Unpleasant. Better refill that. So, did you manage to spawn any new divisions, or do you still just have the... Come on, what are you doing? Get armed, guys! Coups are extremely fragile. Because the game is very weird about deciding how equipped they will be when they occur. Gotta keep my eye on you two. You are on the verge of becoming feasible. Soon. Oh look! Bulgaria has become fascist. Bulgaria are still disgusting neutrals! You'd best get involved before Joe decides to make you involved. Alright, we now have intel. Not on the ground, but on the front. On the singular Indian division that's actually decently equipped. Look at that. You use, like, cannons, engineers. How modern. Alright, so you guys need to get on this border here. And just quickly stomp through all of that. Should be unguarded, just run wild, just blitz it. You are done there. Get on up here. Just to secure the border. Just to keep the whole back area under control. I could also send in some leg infantry, since I have more capacity to put guys into. Skim a batch off of the regular men, or have Burma Shave actually go to Burma. Let me just review the numbers involved here. I have room. Oh, I'm being limited to 5 by province count. Alright. Of who we're sending to. So we gotta take more land for them before we'd be permitted to conduct the shave. In which case, let's... I suppose I'll get to the details of it later. Yeah, I'm thinking I'll have to reorder those fellows. Get an appropriately labeled team whose official full-time job is going after all that rubber. It's 41. I could upgrade the large tanks and the small tanks. And production efficiency is just all the way to the top now, so we'll be getting yet more output of our vital war material. We keep stocking our airports. Of course you would, Bulgaria. I do all the work applying the political sway. Then Goring swoops in and takes the credit. At least Romania is still on our side. Good, eternal, honest, trusting ally, Romania. And the Netherlands have been defeated. They're pre-surrendered. Alright, plenty about this, this whole anti-Soviet alliance bloc is looking like it's going to be infeasible because of those political foibles. When did I open you? Go away, search bar. Turn my attention back toward the home front. Unicorns, please. Take the ones with the points. Those are the important ones. It's the provinces that mean things. 41 I could... No, it's 42 for those. Take the recon company. Yeah, become more skilled at scout. And let's see, over on the template front. Marines, you definitely want a logistics team. Cut that precious supply weight. Become slim and sporty. At what point is that threshold going to improve? It might be a while or never. Have any of my Lend-Lease shipments even tried to make it out there yet? Yes! Some goods were successfully delivered. Alright, there. We're now in the position that convoy production is actually going to increase. Convoy and gun. Fundamental tools that we will need to finance this revolution. What more advanced weapon could we need? The humble gun. Alright, you know what? They have it occupied now? Good. That will do. They do not have that controlled, but they do have this controlled. And I will take that. As a given. Go attach to that front. Go be that front. You all belong to that now. Are you willing to show me the math behind this limit? Because that'd be nice, if I could just see the values. Free India, you are going to have to start recruiting soldiers at some point. There is no front short enough that I can handle it with just these 5 expeditionary units. Not unless things get very bad for you. Take some cheap naval doctrine. Well, they do have one unit, or no, that's the Romanians are here, finally. And who knows, maybe the Chinese will send some units as well. There are 2 proper Free Indian divisions. This front is almost short enough that these guys can handle it. Just a little backup. How well we compare to these enemy divisions is a very good question. Let's test. Go after these soft men and see what they're capable of. Generic infantry type 3, 200 attack. 26 heart attack, no significant armor piercing. 300 defense. Alright, so our assault teams should be pretty good at chewing up their infantry. Now, how good is that nominally motor? 4 motor and 1 gun of some sort. Alright, we might have the raw firepower necessary to start chomping on these guys disproportionately. Yeah, they're non-trivial, but I can certainly make headway against them. As long as I could count on somebody to hold the line. They seem hesitant to move up themselves. Let's see, alright, here's the motorized in action. It does have an anti-tank weapon, so we're not getting the benefits of our armor there. And you are trying to surround me, you clever girl. You guys keep fighting. You will move down to support that. I'm gonna concentrate my efforts closer to the shore. How did I just lose intel here? My divisions were sent home? Why? What, did you not want to win? What is happening? Still getting my Lend-Lease? No, you're not. What just happened here? Something just cleared all my diplomacy with them and made no damn sense in the process. Man, the British focus tree is gigantic. The unicorns are in the process of being logistic dimensioned back to me. Something warped them back out of the field, as if I had just ended up at war, but I'm not at war. Mysteries upon mysteries. Here's some British wizards just abjured me out of their land. Those garrisons finish? They're nearly done regular training. Yeah, that's all well and good. Already managed to lose one of the states I gave you. And the unicorns are still counting against my volunteer limit until they get home. Get back in there. Oh, the carrier version costs a little bit less resource to build. So there is a benefit. What a bunch of Gorings. Hey, it's me, your big industrial superpowered neighbor over here. Just looking to... You know, the guys who armed your rebellion in the first place gave you all the weaponry you're using right now. Sent all your trainers and organizers and recruiters and all that. You think maybe you'd like me to give you a hand with this rebellion? You seem to be trying to throw off the oak of Western imperialism. You might need help. You dolts. Oh yes, English sorcery during this period of history was very advanced. Top of the line. Speaking of next year, new computers. And I'll assign some teams to cryptography stuff. So we can start getting that precious intel again. For the audience question, yes, rockets, if you research and you invest in them, they are powerful suicide strategic bombers. At least nominally powerful. Their behaviors are a little inconsistent right now, so it is hard to judge if they are worth their time. But yes, what you do is you construct a rocket base, and then that takes up a building slot to be a rocket launching airport, essentially. It also produces its own ammunition. Rockets kind of spontaneously bubble up from the cracks in the earth. Alright, Welcome back! What a weird dream you had where you thought you were intervening in the Indian Revolution. Let's make that dream a reality. Now you've gone and lost East Bengal, which was home to all of your arms industry. Good job, chump. Yeah, also, they're joining the Axis and so forth fell into line with this escalating into an element of the World War instead of remaining an internal conflict. You know, that state of being that's probably the only way that such revolutionary wars would have any chance of having a reasonable success rate. You know what, actually, your first attack line is just going to be this. Retake that city. That should give them back control of the state, and then that would reestablish some semblance of local arms industry. Yeah, and of course you're disorganized because you only just got here after strat moving. You need a moment to reorganize. That moment is past. Charge. Yeah, don't attack, or do attack. I guess you succeeded regardless. Nice. Well done. Man, look how good these tanks are at pushing back your enemies, India. It's a real nifty machine we've built for fighting and winning wars. Don't you wish you had some of these on your side, like the ones I tried to lend-lease you? I mean, those are the smaller, sportier economy model, but they get the point across. They stripped to 5 divisions now. I'm just gonna keep sending you shitloads of rifles and a boat to carry them. So what's holding this back? Well, right now that it's night. And then mostly that it's rivers, I suppose. There we go, daylight. And the progress flips better. And yeah, you guys going over the river are not a good idea. The one who isn't going over the river is having himself a time. Now, where are you guys keeping your soldiers? 3 of them are just standing over here. Come on, guys. You need everybody that you have to staff this line. And you're wasting some of them on coastal garrison. I say as I glance back to the homeland and grab a shitload of reservists to shove onto the southern main. Yeah, you're the man for the job. Get in there. The fortified division number here, that's soldiers owned directly by their country. Volunteer regiments that we send are still our property. There, I now have a 5-province-wide front. That dream is real. And they've regained control of East Bengal. Which means, yes, look, your factory, I brought it back to you. I don't think we have any interventionism-related focuses. Nope. Not at all. Oh wait, there's morale in there. I should grab warrior tradition. The unity is not important, but the morale boost will be nice. There, let's put an end to that recruitment for a while. Just get more people applied to that group, and that'll be it. Which of these is attritioning? It's just that hot down here in November. Well, I guess equatorial, yeah. It's hot down here in every month. Alright, let the planning begin. If we can teach these people how to properly conduct warfare. First you promise victory. Claim invincibility. Write up paperwork that says you have 200,000 divisions ready to go. Why don't you belong to any plan anywhere? Surely you're a beach lord. What is going on there? Some men fell out of the beach lords. Several men fell out of the beach lords. What is this? All of these men fell out of the beach lords. Yes, so you see, once you can say on paper that you have the largest army man has ever known, and you leverage that, you borrow against it. How is my delivery efficiency on my lending? Oh, I can also, now that I've created this team. Interface, come on. Let's set you guys to deploy directly into there. Delivery efficiency. How many rifles are actually getting to free India? Apparently 1,000 got through during the last shipment. Getting 34% of our pledged capacity. Taking that province will not extend the length of the front. Nice. Taking anything else down here will, but that simplifies. Sort of. Yeah, this is all mostly one supply zone. I certainly have feelings about motorization. We have focused that, what good? I need axis leanings to take this tank-related focus? What a country. Warrior tradition it is, then. How are you getting resistance in a civil war? That usually doesn't happen, or at least that was not how things were done in prior Heartses. Aggress. We're starting to get some local infantry to hold the line. Better take advantage. Yeah, it would just be supposed that each faction in a civil war would expect vaguely similar degrees of local support and so forth. Also importantly, that every faction in a civil war would have equally legitimate claim to being the eventual government, so they'd have cores on the entirety of the country proper. Well, if we have some degree of stability, let's lead the charge. Try to intuit where major enemy strategic resources are and get them under control. And all this fighting will give us the vital experience we need to fine-tune the next generation of heavy tank. A machine to surpass the tough boy. Yeah, supply things are going to get rough out there. Or, no, these are supply getting rough over here. What is holding you? Infrastructure in Indochina. There's a job in here somewhere. Yeah, there you are. Northern Malay. Let's get the two of you thoroughly worked on. And our shipping industry is finally outputting convoys per week. Some number of those will end up in the hands of our associates. Surprisingly, not yet running into any supply problems here. I guess just because the sheer size of the armies involved is still quite low. Relatively tiny armies. Fighting relatively tiny battles. Hey, Romania, do you want to resend your volunteers? They'd be appreciated. Romania, reorganize China. Anybody? So those supply problems are not yet enough to start causing damage. So we should have time to rebuild the roads. And the deliveries are still occurring. At about half capacity, but still, they're working. And several new convoy are making it over to them. Naval presence. How intrusive. Flatboat TNG has gotten itself heavily equipped. Too heavily equipped, in fact. They now have their full set of Tier 3 carriers. So you two should be shipped off to some other new fleet of your own. And our naval production can be redirected to start a new stack. Get them in Osaka. a couple of Soryu. They should head somewhere else. Possibly join the gun pile. Give them yet more carrier escort presence. A little bit of strike capacity to go with it. I think Ryujo there, yes. Mostly fighters. Oh, there's a river in the way. Understandable. So go around it. Don't be agoring about this. You are tanks. Use your engines. Use your wheels. Use your words. They have that under control. Let's see if we can storm into Calcutta. Yeah, I'll set the unicorns to aggressive. I don't have anywhere else really drawing my attention strongly, I say, as I'm about to wander off to somewhere else briefly. So I can afford to babysit the lion and keep an eye on them. Here you go, Yamamoto. Fresh carrier. Oh, this one even defeated things. Well, yeah, that's Ryujo. You're a vet. You were there. You know how to mask the strikes. The escort stuff. Here in January of 42. Some of these plans got a little tangled into each other. So let's actually suggest you to stop there. It's not exactly favorable terrain, but I'm more planning these attacks around the shape of the terrain at this point. Well, rather around the shape of the political divides of the states. Or then take this, drop that line off. I have zero responsibility for anything that happens in there. They have it under control. You are on the main line. And then, after dealing with that, should work their way north. Let's see, where was the borderline of that? Right here. Yeah, just trying to plan my attacks around elegantly capturing states. Slowly pushing more factories into the hands. In the hands of our associates Europe. Let's see. As predicted, well, hello, here's another counter-invasion being attempted, led by the Belgians of all people. But yeah, the occupation in Italy has been pushed back down onto Sicily. They probably won't be budged out of there for some time. Yugoslavia's holding up well. Look at this. Barely been dented despite having the full attention the German army on them. It looks like they are massing up on the Russian border. They may be planning to goring it up. If they do, that will create the prime opportunity to attack Russia. Russia, who is engaging in anti-capitalist diplomacy. Spaniards have not suffered any substantial counter-invasion. Hello, here's a little Australian and some American volunteers. And trying to go into Murcia. Things are continuing to play out in Morocco. The Equatorial Force has been surrounded though. So America, how are you doing? I should stay aware of when that's going to pop. August of this year, that other war begins. We must be cautious about that. Oh, and hey, English landings in Holstein. Substantial English landing in Holstein by the looks of it. And the combination of things going on seems to have distracted the Allies from doing anything in India. We've only been seeing this handful of local troops trying to resist us. Even though the Raj has probably a couple dozen divisions, I've only seen like 6 over here. Hopefully, we'll be able to make enough of a difference here that they'll, you know, start to get dug in and have both feet on the ground. That's what we're sending them all these guns for. These guns over here. When America starts lighting up, we will cut back our level of material support for these guys and shuffle it all over towards the Silver Legion. As we all the while remain nominally at peace. We have another airport here. Hello. You need to receive your allotment of planes. Batch of Fighter 1. And take a batch of torpedo bomber. Just to have them out there. Careful, you are not. You want many more bombers. As we continue to create our lovely hornet's nest, our shark pit. Our hopeful nautical and aerial equivalent of trench hell. Alright, we've given them back control of West Bengal. So that restored a little bit of your industry. Well, what little industry you have restored. Please fight these men. Oh, apparently you're... yeah, completely disorganized. Never mind. You, please fight these men. As at any point during this fighting, no. Limit for volunteers has not risen in the slightest. Keep working at it. Now let's see, you also use artillery, AA guns, and engineering teams. Real shame about that anti-aircraft gun. Because if it weren't for that, I would be a producer of every type of equipment they need. Whereas we don't know the first thing about anti-aircraft cannon, despite, I suppose, many such weapons being present on our ships. Well, I'm disappointed that we weren't able to get India either roped into our faction or kept neutral for the duration of their war, and then later roped into the faction after their successful revolution. I am enjoying being at war without being at war. We are a peaceful people. We strive to bring, you know, order, balance, civility. At no time have we been the aggressor in any of our conflicts. We have only gone to war when foreign empires force our hands. Right, now delete that attack. That is not necessary. Get everyone on board with that line. Now that it's 42, I can further upgrade the engineers and the field hospitals and so forth. Or cryptography. Must write and break all of the codes. There will be no secrets. few more months and we'll figure it out. All the foundations. Our next generation heavy tank. Oh, we're sending them thousands of rifle per month. Their damn picky taste in fancy infantry equipment that's getting in the way. They were just content to throw wave after wave of patriotic bodies. Delivery efficiency is down, but volume is up. I expect what's going on there is that we have increased gun output faster than we have been sending them convoys. So let's ease up. See how that changes things. Yeah, there we go. We'll just carry on with that until they can afford to go that far. Drop that down to a nice convenient 25. Which happens to also be our efficient number for how much shipping we can do inland. So once we've got that settled up, then it will be time to start ramping up the necessary piles of gear. We are apparently losing a fair number of our heavy tanks out here. I would guess more to mechanical failures than to actual combat damage, since against enemy small arms and so forth, they are still pretty well indestructible. And that's why we accumulated a small reserve. We've successfully created a line. That at least is good. And let's see, more convoy production. Still kind of holding at a week, but that's, or yeah, a unit per week, unit and a half. That is kind of more a result of steel use right now. We're actually meeting all of our oil demand. For the time being. And primarily, well, no, we're still doing a bunch of Russian imports. Congratulations, Liberia. Switch this over to a quantity instead of a percentage. Well, let's benchmark that. Let's see. What are we getting away with right now? Nothing right now because the next shipment hasn't gone out. Whatever, they'll be fine. Quarter, quarter, half. Then I can take this surplus and just kind of funnel it out as a bulk transfer. Though at this point a lot of our regular army is still using Weapon 1. Weapon 2 is not even close to starting to put a dent in our overall small arm usage. We're trying, though. And we are pleasantly continuing to accumulate more planes. Silver Legion has been given orders to start up in California. And judging by how things went for state count for these guys, they got 3 extra states on top of their starter for having 50% popularity when we were starting the coup. Silver Legion was down in the 30s, well, high 30s, low 40s. So they might get 2 or 3 extra states off the top. Hard to say. Could also be like a population-driven thing more than just a raw state count thing. Population, industry slots, some other metric. Hey, a pocket! Crush it. Continue squeezing all of the metal we can out of China. Enough to cover expenses. finish the job. Or those are robust enough that we'd rather let them starve. Anticipate the eventual end of the job. And just keep slogging it forward. Powerful traditions. And so all we have left focus-wise, other than suicide attack path, is when we feel like attacking directly the British or the Russians, so I can accumulate political power. Put more government offices into place. There's no sense generating those CBs until I need them. Alright on our front with the Raj, but that's depending a lot on the fact that none of the allies have really swept in to back them up, and the long-term success is going to depend on Free India getting its act together and starting to field more units. Especially as we start to extend the front. There'll just be too many directions where things can go wrong. I think disbanding an expeditionary force is how you manually order it to get off the field and go home. It's been a while. Government offices. Oh man, a tank designer! Better armor reliability? Yeah! We do have an army arsenal, don't we? How about that? We'll get Nissan on board later for a motorized design. We never appointed a chief of the Navy! It's been ages since we did anything with any of our offices. No one's in charge of the Air Force, it just kind of does whatever. It's a very open concept and free thinking. Just had that one infantry expert. These other slots were going to be devoted to boat stuff. Alright, how is that delivery going? Tomorrow we attempt to re-establish contact. Get your damn gun, 69% delivery efficiency. Very nice. Okay, so did that happen? Delivery? Guns? Guns, are you there? They should be delivered at any time. Where's the... There we go. 1,000 guns, 2 convoys. India, there's only so much we can do to carry you in this war. Either let me send you more volunteers, or get people to carry the guns we keep giving you. We will send more than all of the guns you need. You just need to reach out and take them, and put them into the hands of peasants, and point them in the direction of your enemy. We've been doing this for years. We're experts, trust us. Alright, so let's see. Those 3 go into completing the expanded heavy tank demand. And then any further ones after that will get channeled into the puppet rifle line. Yes, you... which is less important than getting more convoy up and running. I think we finally found the sound fundamentals of the solution to our manpower problems. Just get other people to fight the wars. We will build the weapons, and you will do the dying. Yeah. Make sure all of our soldiers travel around the battlefield in lovely, heavily armored transport vehicles. Our soldiers will live in invincible steel cages, and yours will wander around brandishing our guns at things. Together we will prosper. There is no I in co-prosperity. Authorize the deployment of more logistics teams. Got that feeling that cutting down supply weight is going to be very important in many of our future campaigns. Light Garrison still gets no fancy toys. Well, actually, how much of a cannon surplus do we have? 5,000 extra towed artillery sitting around. Although that's more a reason to start turning light garrison into heavy garrison. Romanians aren't keeping up their oil exports. Something wrong over there? We're just a lower priority client right now. After Afghanistan. Well, over to Venezuela then. Armor rating, just doing so much. Cuba. Cuba is not a part of a faction, however, strongly blue aligned, and also America went about reasserting the Monroe Doctrine. They are guaranteeing everybody, everywhere, all up and down the continent. If anyone starts anything with any U.S. miner, they get involved. And yes, a reminder, what's on the timetable? We will not go to war with America. America will go to war with itself, and we will help. Hopefully, the Silver Legion will be a little better about mass mobilizing scrubs, hastily slapping rifles into their hands and sending them into the mountains. I'm telling you, it works great. That's all you need. The rest of this stuff is luxury. It's just distraction. 92% efficiency on Free India. Getting better. Getting very close to actually delivering everything we promise. Which means I could turn down the convoy delivery. And that's new crypto. What are you up to, Goring? Well, we have, with our new cryptography, we can see what they have been up to in the past. Wonder weapons, research slots. Good that the new heavy tank is ready. Yeah, apparently they Molotov'd, or at least tried to. And they can initiate war with the USSR. And Russia, how are you doing? Can I see inside of you? Yes. A little bit of armament. They're fortified against us. Annexed Tanatuva. They could attempt to go to war with us at any time. We would have some degree of warning, but they've done all the warm-up that they need. They also attacked Poland without going down the focus chain that they can use to attack Poland. They just did that on their own. Ah, they might still reconcile with me, though, if I weren't in a faction. Still, if they decide... Well, they're already at war with the UK, so... I think for the most part, all the main lines of the World War are in place. We're just waiting on the US to be ready to commit to a declaration. Or experience some sort of unfortunate incident sometime this summer. As they drum up interest in the fascist menace. And apparently they have better cryptography than everyone else does. Because that's as good as I get. I know that they're preparing to declare on the Germans, which won't declare on me. Because we did a sensible thing and isolated. Okay, so with that I could backdoor into medium tanks. Or continue pushing down the line. To enhance more of my companies. Bomb on a stick. Finally here. Welcome aboard. Still can't speak Navajo. Maybe it did. They picked up a thing for that? Would not surprise me if that were somewhere. Revisionism, air plans, strategic bombing. Perhaps not. I'm using a lot of destroyers, so getting these convoy escorting doctrines would shore up the very important capabilities of our screening ships. Good, you are still under a command. But is there some part of our armed forces that isn't being led properly right now? Joe Watch, you should have a leader. Yes, everyone has a leader. All is well. And my, look how you've militarized! not a lot of boat yard. We have 3 times as many boat yards as they do, but that's a lot of gun. Let's hope that a fair number of those gun factory end up in the hands of the Silver Legion. Yeah, they also have a pretty high division count, but I happen to know that at very least starting US divisions, they have some pretty small templates. So there's the question of how many of those are like more bigger men. 300 vessels in their fleet, and a lot of planes. How are we doing for those overall numbers? Well, let's get my diplomacy screen. Warships, 7,000 aircraft. We have a very competitive, top-notch air force, at least as far as count. 132 submarines in our fleet. Yep, and 350 land divisions. So if anything, the submarine count is looking so good that I think we can afford to ease up a bit on sub-production for now. Maybe. Well, we already have the first pair of carriers for the next big surface action group. Zango, Yoshida, this is yours. Enjoy. Our lovely kind of ass-backwards policies whereby our most advanced cutting-edge vessels are under the command of completely inexperienced rookies who have no idea what their deal is. That's what guarantees their success. So, over on the production screen, I can now authorize customization of a potent new heavy tank. Let's see, how fast are you? Yeah, fast enough that because you're an infantry support vehicle, I don't care. Right, the goals with this thing are to make it tough as hell. Three, 4, 5. Just pour everything we have. .5, more than enough. What do we call this wonderful thing, which... Actually, I think the OI is in there as something else. It might be our super heavy. There we go. Retool everything. We make even larger tank. That's the lesson we've surely learned from this fight. Yeah, let's see if I just go ahead and... yeah, there's the OI. It's our next, next heavy up the chain. And then something called the Type 2604. Is our hypothetical super heavy mouse-like monstrosity. Romania, why do you keep sending me to the bottom of the oil list? I have always been kind to you, Romania. Look, I also made sure the engines were reliable in these. We're making it bigger to make it better at handling, you know, mud. Alright, so... any oil shortage, but that should have rearranged itself to be on the convoys, yes. And that is now, yeah, all of that large tank building is called for. Liberia was overrun, I guess, by the Spaniards? Yes. Off on their grand, crazy Northwest Africa adventures. We may have been run out of tough boys. Did the fighting go on long enough? Is that... no, we still have tough boys out in the field, but we have no reserve tough boys anymore. I can immediately think of a temporary measure that will help alleviate that problem. Deploy the speed boys. I mean, it's an inefficient use of the vehicle, but we have thousands of them in reserve, had thousands of them in reserve, singular, and now instead they will be in the field fighting. We have overextended and are getting surrounded. You assholes have not been keeping up your end of the bargain and actually building more infantry to hold the line. Can I send more volunteer yet? Nope, still captive 5. Can I create a new 5-province front? Almost, but not quite. Agonizing. There, just get them all reeled back and... Yeah, they overextended at exactly the same time that they started running out of vehicles. We can fix this, though. At current rates of production, it will just take a year and a half to replace all the heavy tanks. Perfect. Get more green to the top of the line. India, how are you suffering attrition on your own damn land? Where is your supply? You live here. Man, are we losing more vehicles to jungle humidity than we are to enemy fire? That's why we need the bigger tank. Strong enough engine to run the air conditioner. First climate-controlled armor fighting vehicles. Alright, America is now threatening war against the Germans. And there they go. Fortunately, we are not the Axis. However, we are financing this country that is at war with the Allies, which now contains America. Goring, you got a little something there on your north, Goring. You might need to get that looked at. by an army. Goring, you couldn't even crush Yugoslavia. Now Italy's been split in half again. Rome has refallen. The Canadians have broken out of Sicily. France got reorganized again and is getting a little bit liberated. Out round Normandy. Huh, how about that? Goring. Why'd you have to go and Goring this up? Nearly hit full delivery efficiency on the guns for India. And India has actually reoccupied some of the other territory out here. But the way the situation is evolving, it may become preferable to turn north. Especially since there is now this build-up between the Russians and the Germans. I mean, I'd want to feel vaguely confident that I was leaving India in a state where it could continue fighting, but that could be years off. They are just terrible. Fighting between Joe and the Allies, as far as I can see, has just been completely stagnant. Finland... Well, these pockets might be signs of some attempts to liberate Finland, but... Yep, they collapsed, and there's not a lot of beaches that the Allies can use to try to go after the Russians. Allies versus Comintern very easily becomes a phony war. The Bulgarians will get what they deserve for turning their backs on prosperity. And we will finally complete our military cabinet. continue working towards it. It'll be a while before we have all the positions filled. See, Romania, aren't you glad we're keeping you out of this? Glad in a way you would perhaps express by putting us higher up the oil import list? It's always kind to you, Romania. Yeah, just gonna get kind of a bit of a stack going of multiple threads of things to build. I mean, they're just short-form oil. We can make up for that with synthesis. And we do have more synth needs. Oh, hey, India, did you send soldiers to the line? Are you trying to actually fight for your independence, India? That's quite forward of you. It'd be nice if I could guess their manpower. Apparently they have 3 boats. Well done. How about you take those boats, disassemble them, hammer them into rifles, and take them to the front. You don't even have to do that. I'm providing the rifles. You just find more warm bodies to carry the rifles. Glue a bunch of rifles to the side of your boat, and then sail it up to the front. It seems like we're approaching full delivery capacity on that. Let's modify the agreement. Yeah, swap the convoy generation just over to a flat value. Or to a smaller percent. No, flat value. Small flat value. If I tag swapped over there, I bet they still have a proper lightweight regular infantry template that's just man and gun. And again, a lot of the units they have are still underarmed. They may be genuinely hurting for equipment. Still, despite our ongoing efforts to convoy in as many guns as possible. They've made no attempt to retake any of this that I'd pressed into. They seem very wary about fighting out here. It is nice to see more naval manpower. And nice to see a healthy number of carriers coming into existence. How is the subswarm? We now have 45 active submarines in the Bees. It's 45 Bees, 40 submerboats, 34 cold subs. So that's the folks that we have intending to handle operations over there, over here, and over here. Pretty well stocked. I'm going to reduce the number of submarines we're producing to just 2 per month. For now. I think we have a healthy sub backlog. We could use more convoy. Most of our aluminum still comes from Yugoslavia. But with Goring collapsing, I think our imports are safe. Still trapped at 5 volunteer regiments. Oh yeah, the Bulgarians were the thing that would maybe have put Yugoslavia at risk, but it seems like they're able to contain. Working together with the Greeks, they've been able to contain Bulgaria. Maybe I should attack Goring. I don't know what I'd get out of him, but I'd get it from him. We're running full efficiency on these tanks. I'll be getting 2.6 per day. That would put me within acceptable production ratios. Yeah, I'll go with that. I'll redirect the new submarines to go somewhere else as well. Or no, the CBs are a fine holding area. High demand for submarine out there. They're gonna be very key securing element of the strategy out there. Key to securing these isles. How are Albanian casualties doing? 10,000! They properly got their head in there. Got their feet wet. Good showing, Albania. Let's see, Germany has now lost 2.3 million. Italy has managed to find another 500,000 people to throw to their deaths. Spaniards are keeping an appreciable score of their own. 1 million British. Probably 1 million across the Commonwealth, or 500,000 across the Commonwealth nation. Yeah, a full million probably around the Commonwealth nations. Solid few hundred out of the Greeks and the Yugoslavians. America has yet to lose a single body in its participation in the German War. Free India has suffered only 5,000 losses. Year behind schedule. How would one division lose 10,000 men over time? Take losses, receive reinforcements. Repeat. Has China gotten fancy with their divisions? Nope, still just bog standard. 5 points of helmet. Good, sensible, reliable, financeable. Only you could be so humble. Well, at least this summer, we get to watch the Silver Legion run wild. Try to. Late summer, more of a fall thing. We are not at war. The nation is in a state of enduring emergency peace. High-tension prosperity abound. Yeah, I think our problem here under the hood is that while the mechanics are capable of facilitating, you know, desperate mass drafting of large quantities of underarmed, you know, just peasant folk and rapidly shoving them onto a line in order to attempt to conduct victory, the AI doesn't know how to do that. Or has been deliberately prevented from doing that, because it would probably be really annoying to fight against. But it's also an extremely useful tool. And a thing called for in situations like you guys, who should be madly scrambling to prop up an army instead of being really picky about making sure you have the right make of Bofors. Or wait, is that... That's not even an anti-aircraft gun. That's an... I think that's an anti-tank gun. Let me go check the silhouettes. I'd have to go to research for it. Since I have not developed those. Or perhaps to... Wait, I know where I can go to correct that. NATO symbols. Briefly turn you on. Okay, yeah, that's anti-air. I think. Moving toward the sky, that should be anti-aircraft. Might be anti-tank gun, in which case it's even more. No, yeah, triangle opening skyward, not thing with slashes. AA gun, a little more forgivable, but still really weird to see. Or, no, is it anti-tank? Anti-tank gun makes no damn sense for these guys to be fielding. You're facing 0 hard targets. Shameful. Pointless and weird. Okay, point up is anti-tank, point down is anti-aircraft. Alright. Anti-aircraft gun, forgivable and understandable. A little. Still. Look at you. Fancy, highfalutin. Such a foppish army. So now that I have 2 sets of these all ramped up, I'm making almost 5 carriers a year. Five carriers, but only 24 destroyers to guard them. That might deserve a change. There we go. Further scale back sub-production. Not cut them off completely, because I do appreciate having a swarm of submarines. Ever-growing. There is a Philippine volunteer division that went off to participate in the World War, and is doing so by standing here in Singapore, keeping an eye on my infantry. Volunteers have strange priorities. In the event of an actual war, draft laws will be further escalated. We will get that service by requirement running. Finally drop the act and be like, no, the draft card is not a suggestion. You don't have a choice in the matter. Report to your recruiter. And prepare to serve. Yeah, we got the hospital upgrade. We are already very deeply into man dead. We want to preserve all the lives we can, keep them functional. And yes, I'm neglecting a lot of artillery research, but that's because our primary anti-aircraft weapon is aircraft, and our primary anti-tank weapon is, I guess, our other tanks? We're nearly reaching the point of daily convoy production. We'll fall short of that on just one block of convoy while running low on oil. If I fix the oil... Venezuela's already sending all they're willing. Iran. How's that look? There. Now we will hit just barely not daily convoy production. See, the key to our World War strategy is to fight without fighting. Make sure that we have as few official enemies as possible. But we have no enemies. We are a peaceful people. Well, hey Joe, did you think you were done purging? Because you're never done purging. We got one more lesson for you out of this war. Just gonna briefly peel one of you guys off the line. Gonna occupy all of this. Just clean up this filth. Or is there a distinction between sides of this river? One more tiny, slim province out there. Map, why have you stopped accepting zooming instructions? There we go. Perhaps I've managed to click my mouse wheel. least we have a sizable pile of rifles to send off. We just find a way to shove all of them across the ocean. Although really, it's America. There's already a very high density of private gun ownership. Surely all of the locals that we get inside of the conflict zone will already have weapons of their own. They have a gun behind every blade of grass. The situation here, the way it is, I could probably get more done if I swapped out the unicorns for mountaineers. United Kingdom influencing Turkey. Rude. Feel like you could die for that. Just kind of stab out there and take that city. No one is trying to stop us. There's just been this bizarre absence of any concentrated counterattack. They're completely distracted, perhaps by the Goring. Giving Goring a Goring. Look at this. Look at these Commonwealth and American soldiers closing in on Berlin. Year's 1942, and Goring has no idea what he's doing. Goring's flying circus. Going strong. How many spare trucks do I have? 600. Which is not much at all, really. Just contemplating the thought of restructuring this into a motorized unit. It would be very expensive experience-wise. And I'd have to rip out these line artillery, develop an SPG to replace them, or just run more regular tanks. Alright, never mind, we found some of the enemy. They were here all along. Fucking free India. Recruit anything. You have men, and I know you have gun. I put them there. Use your gun. Use my guns. So sadly, seems like still in the present state of the game, financing and orchestrating a popular revolution inside of an opposing state is not great unless you are prepared to... unless you are on the appropriate matching side of the war and sweep in with a proper army and take hold of that front for yourself. Lessons to be learned. Definitely seems like there's something broke about the math of that. How is it that we have half of India approving of our regime and our ideology, and only get this tiny fringe chunk breaking off of it? There, now you have some new tungsten. Put it to use. Well, no, don't put it to use. I'd rather you not. I'd rather you just put rifle in hand of man and then use that to overrun your enemies. You could be fielding so many bodies right now. Look at these states, these gorgeous 35 million, 20 million, 10 over there. Another 10 down here. You have, in just this one fragment of the country, nearly as much usable man pool as we do in our entire core territory. You're refusing to put it to use. Also, why the hell would a revolutionary government come into existence with demobilized laws? What part of nationalist militia uprising is compatible with civilian economy? They're 3 civilian industry, they're 2 military industry. They could not even open... What the hell is that? What are you... That's your land, idiot! Why did you give it to the Germans to occupy? That is India. You are India. How do they botch something that for so long has been a fundamental part of how they model civil wars in paragames, of each participant is the country and has full claim to the country. Soldiering on to see where the borders will get drawn for the American uprising. See just what corner the Silver Legion will paint itself into. Free India. It's taking the focus to prepare for a nuclear weapons program. That's dreaming real big there, kid. Okay, they've at least retaken custody of Pradesh here. And be sure to keep a civilian factory and an oil refinery up at the top of the queue. Make sure they stay worked on. Achieve that blessed state where we have even a tiny oil surplus. Each refinery that comes online reduces our dependence on foreign oil. And meanwhile, back in Europe, well, fine round you've had. Who knows, maybe they'll somehow break free. And the Italian situation continues to cycle around. Yugoslavia is unbreakable. And the British are starting to attack Berlin. Marvelous. Oh, we can't send volunteers to both sides of the same war. I guess that's just a little unsporting. Where the hell are you going? Apparently, I can send Lend-Lease to both sides of a war. Good. This feels strongly like the tipping point where I would start having the local leadership rounded up and executed, and just openly replaced with members of my own staff. They've clearly betrayed their people. No one here is prospering, alone or together. It's almost time, though. The show must go on. Berlin has fallen. Canadians at the front. Or maybe one of the other Red Ensign Dominions. No way to tell with that icon that small. Although at this point, at the level this game runs, the only other Red Ensign Dominion is the Raj, I think. Yeah, just Canada and the Raj. So one of them, or the other. Almost time. That's better! The Free American Empire! Now we're talking, look at that! Look at that, we said start in California and they've already made it to the Mississippi. We got California, we got Oregon, we got Washington, we got Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, we got Arkansas and Louisiana, Kansas, Nebraska. Now this is a coup! Billy! My boy Dudley! You who just seized almost all of America's oil in one fell swoop! Hey, you wanna join a faction? Of course you don't, you asshole. Oh, they have their own faction. Oh no, they'd rather be part of the Axis. Why would you rather be part of the Axis? I made you, Dudley! I can destroy you! You made a powerful enemy today, Dudley! You only have 9 divisions of men. They have captured an adequate amount of starter industry. Apparently, far more of America's industry is on the east right now. And importantly, they seized, look at all that oil. Look at all that 1,600 oil. What do you got left for oil? Fucking nothing. Oh, that oil. Okay, Free American Empire. Let me send you the lended lease. Take half my convoys. And like all of my spare rifles. They're yours now. And let's see, what else can I toss in there? These are all things I'm actively using still. Yeah, the tanks I'm actually worn down on. I am not a strong tank producer. Birds! I could give you some old birds. Would you like some old-time fighters? Would you like some new time fighters? Start with the surplus. Actually have a clean number of these. Well, I created this 5th column, I'd better arm them heavily. Give them everything they need to be a healthy, successful threat to freedom everywhere. Yeah, take 3/4 of that line. It's yours now. You take 80% of that line. India, you get cut back to 10. China, you also get cut back to 10, but that's not your fault. That's not because I'm mad. It's because Dudley needs them more. You understand? Rationing. Priorities. Besides, we're going to increase overall output numbers still, so you'll be getting gun. Just Dudley needs more gun. Dudley is out there giving his all. And besides, more important is to make sure Dudley has a supply of convoys to ship all that material into him. They have 7 whole convoys right now. Accepted our lease. Modify those. Alright, this is a much less lackluster looking. They've just joined the Axis. Well, enjoy. Oh, did they get Hawaii? No. Hawaii is still in the hands of regular USA. Dudley inherited a substantial number of planes, and like maybe a quarter of the US Navy defected? Quarter, fifth, somewhere around that. They've been pretty firmly denied on the industrial front, but I'm going to be trying to prop them up for that. Alright, this is the decisive moment wherein we could maybe consider... I'll let the last day of the month roll over here. This is a favorable sign. I'd be willing to punch the Yankees over an opportunity like this. All of their Pacific ports are gone. The islands will be relatively vulnerable. Their armies and air force will be distracted fighting over the mainland. We just need to hop over, bust some islands, and then we can ship in. Although we'd also have to be going on all fronts and all cylinders. Although that would also mean we'd be able to openly sweep into India and support them with our full power. Which would probably give us everything we need to push on through there and secure it. Yeah, a lot of the US Army is probably assisting this. Assisting that, or... I think I saw some of them in Yugoslavia. Not presently, but they may have been around at some point. No one expects Bill Dudley. That cryptography on the table. And yeah, so that's been an interesting chain of events that we'll maybe have to go ahead and act on. What is the timetable for Adams? We could get the basics out now, and then it would be time to go in for learning about the reactor, and not until 45 would it be timely to unlock the ultimate bomb. And we have no focuses for speeding that up, so we'd be just stuck doing it at regular tech pace. But, yeah, so I suppose next time... World War! We will try to break India and seize the East Indies and preserve the free American Empire? Ah, that was a period of build-up and maneuvering and peace and war without war. But let's see if we can put the war back in the war, and maybe, maybe something will come of it. Perhaps this time will be different. Next time.